Your vote.
Hello.
We're good?
Sound test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Who are we waiting for? Both Shelley and Sheena, I need your vote in the chat.
Sorry, did we do something already, Mayor Herring? Because I didn't hear until just they said, can you hear me? So I didn't hear anything before that.
Motion to adopt the agendas on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
The chat. Maybe that we weren't mute. Maybe we were muted.
Mhm. I can hear you now, though.
Okay, voting's closed. That passes unanimously. First kink ironed out. All right, first on our agenda is actually something unique to St. Albert. And we are having an eagle feather presentation by Ryan Arcand. There's lots of municipalities around the province and the country that start meetings with a land acknowledgement. I have chosen to do land acknowledgements at specific times and places because I find that if they're read at every meeting, they sometimes start to lose their value. And if you just read them when there's something of significance happening, they have more value. So I will start today with, we respectfully acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, traditional lands of the First Nations and Métis people. As treaty people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, we share the responsibility for stewardship of this beautiful land. So Council, I hope when you hear those words, we all take a moment to consider the land we are on and the stewards and the position that we've been given to steward that land. And it's nice to hear it once in a while. So Ryan, why don't you come out front? Can we see him in the camera? Yeah, we'll be able to. Yeah, we can see. So how do we want to do this, Ryan? You want us to come down there one at a time? Okay.
Shelley and Sheena's, and then you can get yours from the mayor. So on the eagle feathers, so on your president.
Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear Ryan very well?
Can you hear me? No?
Can we
Can you hear me?
grab the mic there? And then everyone.
Can you hear me?
Can
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
what I was saying is, I will leave your eagle feathers with the mayor, and you can collect them from her when you're in office. Okay? Perfect.
Thank you.
Ryan, did you want to start with a little bit of the significance of the feather? Well,
This one is going to be in person, but I showed Dana and Cindy what it represents and what they are. So Cindy and Dana will give you the significance of it, but I will show the mayor, and then if you need any information, then you'll get it from her. Okay? Perfect. This one is the center of the tail, which gives guidance and flight and all the power. That's the center of the tail feather. So I'm going to give this to the mayor. So he is what he is. The mayor would be meant to create balance next to the people. Carry your prayers to the creator. This is your lifeline. This is our son here. And we're going to go through here. That's where the spirit is. So happy to be your husband for all female. How you can tell that it's equal feather is it's not black. Okay? This is for you and please forgive us. October of
I really appreciate this. Okay, perfect. Well, just hopefully you guys can hear. This is something that my 12 years now that we've been elected.
there's a main reason why I stepped up for this. In the beginning, Kevin, Cindy, and all of us, we all started working together to bridge that gap that has been so gone from the Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit people of St. Albert, and with the previous council and this council, and with Kevin and Cindy and Dana and everybody involved, that gap is being bridged so fast and so great. And I'm proud to be a St. Albertan. 14 years. We bought our house here. We chose to be here. And it's perfect now. It's starting to go in the right direction. There's no,
Things have changed.
yes, absolutely. Thanks to you guys all here, everyone here. Yeah, I'm proud of you. So you'll, you can all pat your back and pat yourself on the back and say, good job. Yeah. So, Shelley, you're there? I'm gonna give yours to, you're next in line. I'm gonna give yours to the mayor. Okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And this is Shelley. And then Sheena, same thing. Sheena, okay?
Thank you, Ryan.
Sheena? Yeah.
Who do you want Wes to come down?
Wes. My brother from another mother. You bet. You can either put them on your desk, put them at your nightstand, put them wherever works clean, and then, or else, in your vehicle. People hang them from the mirrors in their vehicle. Yeah, so. That's it. You bet.
Thanks so much.
You bet.
Did you want us to stay here?
I don't know.
I thought you guys wanted a photo with them.
Yeah, we've got some here, but we'll wait. So what
There
is
you
it?
go.
Yeah, you can stand over there. Natalie, you're next. You're welcome. Come on down. You bet, my brother. You bet. And you guys can, when we have that type ceremony later on, you can all bring your pets. Mr. Mike?
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege. It really is. Thank you very much.
You bet. Kevin? My brother. Always good. Terry? You bet. Cindy? This is my dear friend, Dana. You bet. You deserved it. You earned it. All of you all earned it. So, you're gonna take your picture, you're gonna unfold it, and then hold it by the quill over your chest, over your heart, up by your shoulder, or hold it in front of you. Oh. Oh, there she is over there. Me too. Him? No, that's fine. And now you're all, now you can all say, we'll see you on the trail.
That was awesome. Okay, now we do have a number of registered speakers for today. Just get to them. So we have a number of speakers that have registered to speak to the motion about Edmonton Global. I have Darren Rawson. Is he with us? Hi, Darren. And Bernie, I see already he's got her camera on. Is Mr. Bruce with us?
I am.
Thanks, Malcolm. And so you guys are all from Edmonton Global. Are you presenting together, or do you need 5 minutes each?
Our intent is to present together.
Okay, so, and then I've got John Liston also. I see he's got his camera on. Thank you for joining us, John. So why don't we start with those ones, and then we'll get, because then I have Brian Farrell on property tax relief. Bladen and Shane are coming at the public hearing, and Raymond is here just to answer questions. So let's start with Malcolm. I'll let you maybe lead, or how do you want to do this?
Thank you. So Bernie and Darren will be providing the presentation, and we're happy, Mayor Herron, if you wish to spend a few extra minutes doing Q&A as well. And I'm just going to pull up my presentation now.
Sure. Yeah, there'll be probably a few questions.
So good afternoon, Mayor Herron and Council, and thank you for allowing Edmonton Global to speak to this Council agenda item today. First of all, congratulations on your election, and for some of you, your re-election. After a very hectic campaign, I'm sure the orientation that you've been going through has been equally demanding. And I think the citizens of St. Albert are very fortunate to have your dedication and commitment. And Mayor Herron, that was going to be my very first question, which is clarity on the time that we have allocated for us today. I was of the understanding that we had 10 among the three of us, and then would Q&A be beyond that?
Yeah, that's fine. 10 is, if you guys could get it in 10, and then yeah, Q&A can be unlimited, so.
Okay, great. Well, then I guess we'll start the clock now. Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Bernie Coleman, and I am a board member of Edmonton Global. I'm joined by Darren Rawson, who's also a fellow board member, and Malcolm Bruce, who is our CEO. And following our brief presentation, I believe that John Liston, the VP of Alberta Enterprise Group, will also provide his perspective on Edmonton Global, as he did in the St. Albert Gazette recently. And you should have also received a letter from the St. Albert Chamber of Commerce, signed by Curtis Kraus, sent to you last night. So Edmonton Global is very pleased to have these endorsements for our work from the business community. St. Albert, alongside other regional municipalities, has created a professional board of directors to lead Edmonton Global and to represent your interests. And Darren and I are part of that board of directors. As members, we work directly for you and represent you, our shareholders. So we're not an external organization. We're actually an organization that belongs to you as an economic asset, and you have an ownership stake in us and the work that we do. You are one of our shareholders. And as indicated on this chart, the purpose of Edmonton Global is to radically transform and grow the economy of the Edmonton metropolitan region. The important thing about the entity that we are is we are one voice, one vote for the region. We've officially been in place for 3 years, but the planning to make this group a reality, an economic development group for the region, has been many, many years in the making, and some would say anecdotally as long as 50 years. And personally, I want to explain why I believe this is critical for our success. When I was a vice president at IBM 7 years ago, we were looking to make a $65 million investment in Western Canada. Immediately at the top of our list was Vancouver and Calgary. And as the local business leader, I encouraged our team to investigate the Edmonton region. Now, the complexity of having to talk to multiple municipalities to assess the value of the region and what options were available would have caused IBM to choose Calgary. However, I was personally invested in the region. I ensured we got connected to the right people. And in the end, we chose this region. When I retired 5 years ago, I joined the Edmonton Global Board of Directors because I believe in the power of the region. I understand the need for us to work together to bring global investment here. And I think that foreign investors are starting to pay more attention to Canada. Health and safety, tighter supply chains, taxation rates, climate policy, and access to talent. These are all key influencing factors that we can only represent well as a region as opposed to individual municipalities. In our short time, we've had early successes. We've actually stood up an organization within 3 years. We've hired a world-class team, including our CEO, Malcolm Bruce. We took a data-driven approach and selected 4 key focus sectors: food and agriculture, manufacturing, life sciences, and energy. And as you can see on this chart, in the past 3 years, from 2019 to 2021, we've actually celebrated $1.7 billion in new investment in our region, 300 permanent jobs, 2,600 construction jobs, 15 positive foreign direct investment decisions, and a pipeline of opportunity with 6 more announcements pending. And this is a long game. These are some of the short-term things that we can actually point to as a result of our success in working together. But there's much more to come and much more work to be done. Darren's now going to talk to you about the impact and the opportunity for St. Albert specifically.
That's great. Thank you very much, Bernie. And thank you, Mayor and councillors, once again for the opportunity to meet with you today. Honestly, St. Albert is really primed for investment. I'm sure you feel that. We sure see it, especially with your new investment-ready lands, such as with the Lakeview Business District. I mean, having investment-ready land and moving with speed is what I saw when I used to run global businesses and we were looking to move in the regions. They want government to move at the speed of business. And what I love about this investment in particular for your region is it fits perfectly with our region's strategy to become a global logistics leader. You know, connecting Highway 2 north and southbound, Yellowhead Trail east and westbound. We've got tremendous rail linkages. And then Port Alberta with our airport services, both in EIA and at Villeneuve, really demonstrate collectively the potential to be a major recipient of inbound investment in properties such as what you have. A good example, a company like Uline that I've known for a long time, when they recently opened their major logistics hub in your region, it was a significant investment and they realized the opportunity for logistics. But with this regional property, a lot of other great candidates opportunities under development could potentially fall in your region. That could be in value-added agriculture, advanced manufacturing. We see a lot with food and ag on our horizon right now, as you saw in the prior slide. Solar is really escalating, as you know, and waste to energy, just to name a few. Having done lots of global business, in my experience, foreign investors don't see municipal boundaries. So your value proposition as St. Albert is really strengthened by our entire regional value proposition and assets. And that's talent, our research capabilities with our institutions, our skilled labor and workforce of the region, supply chain logistics, our community, our health services, et cetera. As Bernie mentioned earlier, again, the core of our strategy is collaboration, innovation, and focus, pardon me. Now, collaboration is working together as a region. What could we do if we really work together? Innovation is kind of our Wayne Gretzky, if you don't mind me coining a sports metaphor. But, you know, as a region, we said we want to go where the puck is going, not where the puck currently is, and expanding and investing in areas that can contribute well into our future and contribute to our long-term region sustainability is our priority. And lastly, focus. So we want to target core regional sectors we can truly stand out globally. And as Bernie mentioned, that's energy, food, ag, manufacturing, and health. So on this chart here, there's 5 mega opportunities inside these sectors that potentially could be transformational for our region. Biopharma, food, ag, and AI/ML, frankly, are all highly aligned with what I understand as St. Albert's strategies in health, tech, non-residential expansion. The hydrogen one in particular, we're hearing a lot of play these days, but it's way more than heavy industry. It is the entire ecosystem and infrastructure to deliver a hydrogen economy. That's for transportation, that's for energy, power generation, clean economy, and so forth. We're already the second lowest cost hydrogen producer on the planet, with more than 60% of Canada's supply of hydrogen and the world's largest low carbon hydrogen and carbon capture and storage projects. We've already got over 50 kilometers of hydrogen pipeline already in place. And what's really great is Edmonton Global has a dedicated resource working specifically on developing this initiative, which is quite unique. And what I love about hydrogen too, it fits really nicely with your global logistics goal and Port Alberta. So that'll cover truck, rail, air, and especially with your logistics capabilities in nearby Villeneuve Airport. We have over 89 opportunities currently at various stages in our pipeline at Edmonton Global, with 10 that we believe are highly possible to close in the next 6 to 9 months. That's another $700 million investment. It's important to note that your investment in Edmonton Global is escalated 31 to 1. So every dollar you invest in Edmonton Global is escalated by 30 other dollars of additional investment from regional municipal partners, along with provincial and federal funding. So just remember, this investment is an accelerated investment. It's not dollar for dollar, it's dollar for 31. So in closing, I wanted to share my why. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in this strategy. I've been competing on the world stage for over 20 years. It is getting increasingly competitive and very challenging, even for countries like Canada with a great balance sheet. My why is I want to see our region prosper. I want my kids and my grandkids to be able to live meaningful lives and prosper with the vibrant community that we've enjoyed. And I fundamentally believe that we're stronger together than apart. So Bernie, back to you.
The closing part of our presentation is really focused on our commitment to St. Albert and how we do work transparently, collaboratively, and we do provide the tools and the technology to stay connected with you. And we're like the tip of the spear in that we go out and talk about globally what is available in our region. And then we work collaboratively with the 14 municipalities that are our shareholders. So we work with your executive directors of economic development. We work with your CAOs, and we do have protocols in place to do this effectively, as well as a community portal where we can stay connected and let everyone know how we're utilizing the funds and the resources that we have allocated to us to the benefit of the region.
Okay,
And
Bernie,
yeah.
we're at 10 minutes, and I think we can see the slide. So can we maybe go into questions?
Absolutely. Thank you.
No, thank you. So anyone have any questions for any one of the Edmonton Global crew? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Hi, Bernie. It's Ken Mackay here. I don't have my Zoom camera on, which is probably to your benefit. I know Malcolm, you just unshared that, but your last slide, which talks about your commitment to St. Albert and developing those portals and all that. I mean, I think that potentially there's maybe an opportunity to strengthen the communication, and I'm looking for methods of identifying how best to achieve that. I mean, Bernie, you talked in wrapping up around, working with the CAO, developing the community portal. And I know every member of council is invited to participate in shareholder meetings and the like, but what are some of the other ways that we can actually start to communicate some of the strengths that Edmonton Global has back to our community? So I think that's where maybe we're missing an opportunity here to talk about all the great things that are happening in our region but may not be visible above the water line in our own community, but certainly impact our own community. So how do we best do that?
I love the question, and I'll start and then I'll let Malcolm supplement. So you actually very accurately stated, we do have a formal mid-year update with shareholders where all councillors are invited to attend. We have an AGM where we do the same. We also have monthly briefings virtually for all council members and all municipalities to join, and we pick a topic, whether it's hydrogen or agri-food or something that's very topical for our region, and we go deeper and give a briefing on what that environment looks like. We do have a very rich website with little vignettes and videos. There's certainly, LinkedIn strategy that I personally take and amplify for Edmonton Global to my LinkedIn partners. But I'm going to let Malcolm further elaborate on how he sees that connection and communication. Oh, the other thing I should mention is as a board, we are committed to address each council as we are today with you. We did it because of the motion you have on your agenda, but that's going to be a regular thing that we ask for in January. And we have done that in the past as well, where 2 board members will come and actually address council so that we get a chance to have more of a discussion like this on your agenda. But Malcolm, what would you like to add to that?
So I think, Councillor, it's an excellent question. I think communications is something we need to continually work on. I think in partnership with your administration, whether it be the EDO, whether it be your CAO or whomever in your organization, I think those are strong connections we need to maintain, but also with your business community. And one of the best partners we have is your Chamber of Commerce and your Rotary clubs and your other various organizations and associations that we try and engage with to make sure that they understand what's happening in terms of the future possibilities for the region, but also what we each other can do for each other to help promote why the Edmonton metropolitan region. And I think what's really important, and I think a classic example was Rogers most recently was in visiting, and there was 9 mayors that attended a session with the Rogers C-suite team that was in town. And at the end of it, what the Rogers executive indicated was they were blown away by the regional collaboration that was occurring here and how unified everybody was in terms of trying to develop the opportunity that's here. And Rogers is going to spend $450 to $500 million in Alberta. And to quote the head of what's going to be the newly formed Shaw Rogers Western Division, is that this region will get more than its fair share just because of that collaborative nature that they saw amongst all the regional players here. So very, very strong outcome for an engagement.
And the last point that I'll make is we have, to get to the general population and the general public, we are launching more awareness campaigns, and we're just about to launch project with CTV in January, where there'll be something more televised that will be able to get to your constituents about some of these transformational initiatives that Darren spoke about. So does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, and I just was one of the kind of the bullets that I have, when I'm preparing myself for these meetings is around, I know what's out there because I have opportunity to do that. But I mean, if I don't know necessarily where to go look, how do we get the message back out? Because I mean, a lot of the perception is that Edmonton Global benefits parts of our region, but doesn't benefit the entire region, which I think is not true. I just think that somehow those other impacts aren't as well known and how they impact our community, even if something happens in Leduc County or in Strathcona County or in Sturgeon County, how are we impacted by that as well? Otherwise, it just seems like it's heavy loaded towards one part of our region and we don't see the benefits. And I think that's the challenge we're always going to have. And I think the more that we develop a process of communicating how the impacts the region, and if it's dumb it down so that a guy like me can understand, then I think everybody can understand.
Well, Councillor, we are in fact completing an impact assessment for the work that we do for the region. We don't have that complete, so we aren't able to share it today. But when that is concluded, we will make sure that every counselor has that, because those are exactly the talking points that you're asking about. And, as I mentioned, we're only 3 years in the making, but we are definitely, the board has asked that question. The work is underway. We're just not ready to release it yet, but that impact is coming.
And if I could just compliment that, Bernie, it's a really great point. And what the research we've discovered is suggesting is that your tax dollars are just a tiny piece of, having an investment in your region generates some tax dollars. That's the tiniest piece. It's the, what's the impact on the supply chain of having investments in our region operating as viable businesses that are creating sustainable jobs, that creates wealth for the region, that incurs regular support from service providers, consultants, and contractors and other material suppliers across the entire region. I've run quite a few plants in this area. I guarantee we've had suppliers from all over the place. We need to give you language, and we need as a board to also know that we've got that analysis done so that we are collectively confident that we're making a difference. So that's the work, as Bernie said, we're finishing.
Thanks, Darren. Nice picture, Jeff Wallace picture in your background. I like that.
All right, I see Councillor Hughes's hand. It's up, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Thanks for coming today. So how many developments in the past, since it's been in inception 3 years, how many have been developed in St. Albert?
I'm going to let Darren take that question, please.
Yeah, of the 15, and like I said, there's none that are directly in St. Albert, but one of the primary reasons actually was you didn't have as much investment-ready land as some of the other constituents. And like, again, your work in Lakeview is fantastic. Having done lots of FIDs, I've been in countries all through Europe and Asia, made these decisions, businesses looking for something they can get in and get running with. You're really well positioned right now.
So how many should we expect to have in the next 3 to 4 years then that would come to St. Albert? What would be a reasonable expectation for us to see as results? Because we will have Lakeview much closer to servicing shortly.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a number, Malcolm, if you want to suggest. There will definitely be investments. It makes a lot of sense. Again, I want to stress again too, though, that the goal here is regional investment. And all the research suggests that the economic benefit of an investment in the region will far exceed the tax dollars that you're going to get in your region. That's it. It's still part of the equation. So I want to just make sure we're clear on that one. Malcolm?
I can't give a number to it. I think that's a very hard thing to ask right now, because we have, as we indicated, upwards of 10, and where they end up locating is dependent on a number of factors. So I would be very hard pressed to turn around and say there's going to be 3 that move into St. Albert in the next 3 years. I don't think that's realistic. I think what we need to focus on is this, that we're trying to land them in the region, and there are various mechanisms that they look at, each client, to determine what's best suitable for them. Like, for example, Uniline made a decision to invest in St. Albert because of a number of attributes that you presented to Uniline. And those attributes they found best suited for St. Albert. These companies we're dealing with are looking at a number of sites across the region, and where they end up is based on their requirements. So I would not like to put a number to it, because I'm not sure I can accurately reflect that.
The other thing I think it's valuable is the protocols that Malcolm's team have in place on lead development. I mean, everyone is sharing a database right now, your entire EDO network. And as deals come, these 89 deals that are on the pipeline right now, your team has an opportunity to raise their hand and participate on any of those 89 deals, depending on the fit, what the particular investor is looking for, and what investment properties you have that might fit that profile. So we're actually not excluding anything. The idea is we are actually quite an inclusive process. We want to make sure our region is well represented, and then we get the deal in the region, and make sure if you got the best property, it should go there.
So the budget for Edmonton Global has increased tenfold in the past 5 years. Are we looking at the same kind of rate increases going forward, or are we? What are we looking at for a 5-year future for the budget?
Well, actually, the Edmonton Global's been in place for 3 years. We were launched in 2019. And so the budget that we've been building has been based on the need that we see. We talked about the leverage effect. So the investment per year from St. Albert is about $170,000. And that has been multiplied of a scale from 1 to 30. We've got 14 municipal stakeholders that contribute based on a formula of their contribution, population and tax assessment, what they regionally bring to that relationship. We've also been able to secure funding provincially as well as federally. And so the budget right now is not intended to increase beyond what it is, because we believe we have the size of organization that we need. But as we were standing it up, it did increase as we were figuring out what the right amount of FTEs, marketing, what kind of infrastructure we needed. And so that's how we arrived at the budget that we have today.
Okay, so 2017, when we joined, we started with 23,000. I understand that the corporation was completed in 2019, where we're at 98,000. We're now at 170, and for 2022, projecting 238,000. So I'm just wanted to confirm that the intention is not to continue to grow at the same level that we've been growing the budget, regardless of the 30-to-1 and all the rest of it. Our contributions, even from 2019 to now, went from 98,000 to they've doubled, and they're about to go up by $50,000 a year. So is the intention to put on, for example, another 20 more staff people in the next 2 to 3 years? Or is it the intention that we've actually hit level where we can be plateauing?
Yeah,
We do not intend to grow beyond the rate that we are today. As mentioned, our board of directors is looking at exactly the same things that you are. I'm going to let Malcolm talk to the difference between the 170K that I cited and the 238 that you're seeing in your budget. So Malcolm, perhaps you can provide the distinction on that.
So when Edmonton Global was formed, as you quite rightly pointed out in 2017, there was no staff and the budget was 500,000. The board was recruited and a strategy was developed. In 2018, I came aboard as the first staff on the 1st of July. So we have been organizing and forming based on the mandate that was found, which the 14-member municipality signed off on, which is the memorandum of association said, we want this corporation to do X. Now we've had to scale to get to X. We're now at that level. And so the $5 million shareholder contribution is going to be fixed at that number for the next 3 years. And that's what the shareholders agreed to in October of 2020.
I had one more question. So in the event that St. Albert did choose to withdraw, I'm guessing today would be the decision, and then it reconsidered, let's say in the spring or this time next year. My understanding from the backgrounder is we would pay the difference in the dues between 2021 and 2022, and then we could fully rejoin the organization if we chose to in 12 or 23 months' time. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Malcolm answer that.
So correct. In the Articles of Association, we have built a dismount of 2 years. So notification plus 2 years. It gets approved through the AGM by the shareholder group, but it's backdated to the notice that the individual shareholder council has indicated. If you decide to retract your dismount or your withdrawal notice within that 2-year period, then you only pay the balance because your fee gets fixed at the time that you notice to withdraw. And that difference then is made up so we can redistribute those funds to the other shareholders because they are responsible to make up the difference that you will no longer be paying to get us to the $5 million.
In our mind in the next 23 months, if we decided that we wanted to go back into Edmonton Global in the event that we chose to.
That is correct. You can change your mind. If you do, however, dismount, then in the Articles of Association, there's an indication that there's a 5-year cooling off period that you would have to wait to be able to reapply to join as a member of Edmonton Global.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, I've got Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. It was compelling, to say the least. One of the things that I recall after just becoming a new council member back in 2010 was that the CRB brought a member of the Site Locator Guild and he made a presentation to the region. One of the things that he talked about at that time was the fractured nature of the Edmonton region going out and doing economic development. I see Edmonton Global as being an answer to that particular issue. So my question to you then was around your IBM example. And what was the compelling nature of the Edmonton region that sold IBM on coming here? Was it your personal influence, or was there something in the region that brought value such that our region won the day? Can you just talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I was very personally invested, and I think that you'll start to see as some of the investments come forward. For example, Air Products, when the global executive spoke about them choosing this region, they had a very influential executive who felt strongly that this was the region that they should look at globally. And I would say, when in my anecdote that I gave, I was pretty relentless in wanting to make sure that our region was absolutely considered and the right connections were made to understand how we could meet the business requirements. In the example I gave, there were some very specific needs. It was a data center, and it was to serve our clients, which is now at the heart of some cloud infrastructure that we're offering. It's a little bit confidential even now, so I won't go too deep, but there was some very specific technical requirements, and understanding which of our business parks had that was not, if Edmonton Global would have existed, IBM could have gone to Edmonton Global and we would have known these are the 2 or 3 business parks that would have met that requirement. At the time we did it, we had to go around. We didn't go to 15, I can tell you that, but we at least went to 4 in this region. And so that fragmentation, you know, unless somebody's really convinced they want to look at this region, I can see them passing us over and going somewhere else where it's simpler and where somebody does have that information in one place where you can assess a region. And, you know, we're competing globally. We're not just competing in Alberta or Western Canada or even Canada. And so the simpler, the better that we can let people know what we have at an aggregate and then help bring them down to the specifics in our region and make them match to where that opportunity exists, the more successful we're going to be.
Fair enough. Thank you. So as you go out and hunt, if you will, for investment opportunities, one of the things that Alberta is known for is oil and gas. And yet we hear more and more that investments of consequence are looking for regions that are environmentally forward thinking, if you will. Can you just comment on your experience in that regard?
Sorry, can you reframe that?
Yeah, so they're looking for environmentally conscious and forward-thinking communities and regions that promote climate responsibility. And Alberta is known for oil and gas. How do you square that circle, if you will?
Well, I think we're making great strides in that. When you look at our hydrogen strategy and the fact that when Air Products made the announcement, they talked about it being blue hydrogen and net zero emissions. When Dow picked our region for the ethane cracker, they were looking at low emissions. I think anyone that's making any investments right now features that as part of what their story is, and it's part of the transformation of what we have to offer. It also is what's driving some of the new investments because the traditional models are no longer acceptable. So companies are looking for ways to expand in new and innovative ways, which, you know, we become a natural place. Darren or Malcolm, do you want to supplement the answer to that?
No, I would love to. Yeah, I think it's a really great point and a great question. And it's frankly a big part of our branding work that Malcolm and his team are working on right now, Chris in particular. Our 4 sectors, if you remember, energy is also including clean tech. So investing in technologies that actually are adding to reducing our carbon footprint, and climate is a huge part of that. As Bernie mentioned, the carbon capture and storage and hydrogen are great contributors to climate, but it's a big part of our narrative. But the other one is food and ag. I think I've used this quote before, hopefully not with your council, but Canada's GDP for food and ag is 1/2 that of the Netherlands. I look at that number as how can that be? That's a country that fits on a thimble compared to Canada. And it's because they're in the value adding business. And we've got the potential, especially with the protein supercluster, to be so much more. So I think you're seeing part of our narrative is a reinvention of our brand and our messaging. Oil and gas has to play a role in providing some fuel and some runway for us, but a diversification in our 4 sectors is really important. Malcolm?
I think you really keyed on a really valuable point too. We have a much greater chance of leading with that narrative and having that as a brand for our region if we work collaboratively and collectively. Because trying to change that independently as 14 different municipalities would be a daunting task. So I think that actually reinforces the importance of us working together and getting our clean tech story out there. Sorry, Malcolm, did you have something to add?
I just want to use the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub as an example, where we are driving to a net zero economy that's based on hydrogen. And the work that your folks are doing with the Regional Transit Commission, for example, where you're examining what buses you can move to a hydrogen fuel system, where the pipelines are going to be, where the refueling stations are. It's not an individual municipal activity. It's going to be a regional effect that's going to drive us to that net zero. And that story, because we just came back from Dubai and talking to AUDIPEC, which is one of the biggest global energy shows, really resonated with folks and are very interested in coming to the hydrogen conference, the first Canadian hydrogen conference we're going to run in this region, 26 to 28 April, which will be the first one ever. And we're going to run it for the next 10 years. And we want to make it the largest hydrogen conference in the globe. And this is the kind of thing that's really attractive because they see this unified approach to an outcome that really attracts investors to our region along those kind of climate change goals and net zero outcomes.
Fair enough. Just one last question, and this is more specific to St. Albert. You were talking in your presentation around investment-ready land. When you say that, and we have the Lakeview Business District here, but we're a year or two away at the minimum from servicing that. So when you go out and you say investment ready, what does that mean to an investment company? Pipes in the ground, or pipes in the ground within 6 months, or maybe just speak to that a bit.
I'm
Darren,
happy.
I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, I mean, actually, similar to what we said earlier with 89 deals in the pipeline, it means something different for every single investment. If a company is here and they're ready to mobilize and make a decision and put a shovel in the ground in 3 months, so assuming they can get permitting, that wouldn't apply. Most of the FIDs of size and scale are probably talking a little longer runway, and they want to know what's coming. And knowing that you've got land that's in process of being serviced would apply. So that would be part of that front end process when the EDOs are presented with what the pipeline of opportunities are and they put up their hands on whether they want to participate or not. They'll be able to consider the criteria. Anything to add, Malcolm?
No, I think that's it. Thanks.
I wouldn't mind just one last one, if you don't mind, Councillor, that on the AUDIPEC point Malcolm made, it's the largest oil and gas show in the world. And I think it was 5 years ago, someone playfully had looked around and found there was 10 different unique business cards handed out from representatives from the Edmonton Metro region, from the cities, municipalities, AIHA, and so forth. And having been there and knowing the type of companies, they looked at our region and said, we're not serious. The value of a global regional brand and messaging, I cannot tell you how important it is. And the world will look at us more seriously. And if we can show that we're organized, we've got our act together, we can take people like Rogers here, give them a regional story and move with speed, you can't put a dollar on that.
Yeah. Well, our experiences in St. Albert is once we have surface land, it doesn't stay around very long. So we need to find more of it. I too believe that regional prosperity means St. Albert prosperity. So thank you for your commentary today, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Bermansky.
Hello, I appreciate your good efforts, of course, and I do understand the benefit of a collectiveness in doing things. The one question I have is the amount of layers to engagement. So we've got economic development teams, we have provincial governments, we have Edmonton Regional, we have AUMA, or their new naming. So there's all these different groups. And as far as I can understand, the provincial leg of hydrogen has been very, very strong. And in what I've been provided as information through your group is that you're kind of coming in at the closing stage. I don't see you as the initial investment finders in a lot of cases of what's going on in the region. So it's, for me, discerning about which layer is most important. I mean, we all need to work together, but if I feel like if we're getting all these different layers, all of a sudden we aren't working together anymore because the province is doing one thing. We've got our economic development. We're paying into 4 or 5 different boards, and it's hard to understand which is the most important board or at what level they're actually drawing that business to the city. So if, say, the province has brought in these things and you're reinforcing or sort of backing them, I just don't really understand why we need 4 and 5 different boards at that backing stage. So if you could clarify where you sit in that level of engagement, that would be great.
Thank you for the question. It's a great one, Councillor. When we were formed as Edmonton Global, our intention was to bring the economic development groups from the different municipalities together. And we keep saying the pointy end of the spear, but to be the group that goes out with that one brand that Darren was talking about, so that we coordinate the other groups and make sure that we have common messaging, we have a common story, we make sure we have all the assets that we feature for the region collectively. And Malcolm and his team have worked very hard to come up with protocols to make sure that we work effectively together as you've just described, because the last thing that we want to do is duplicate effort or conflict or compete with each other. And so there has been a compact that has been established that talks about code of conduct, as well as the different protocols that we're going to follow once opportunities are created. And by no means are we trying to duplicate. We can't afford to duplicate. And when you asked us, are we adding more money or more people, more funding? We're very conscious of this. We need to understand what our role is. We need to execute our role. And then we need to work collaboratively with the EDOs that exist with a well-established set of protocols. And there's 9 of them. And then also other partners. And you mentioned them. I mean, the airport is going to be a very key player in this. The academic institutions are going to be a very key player in this. The Alberta AMI, the Machine Intelligence Institute around AI, is going to be a very key player. None of those organizations are going away. Somebody has to coordinate and connect. And Invest Alberta did not exist when we came into formation. And we were able to give them the 4 strategic priorities and sectors that we had done through research-driven analysis and hand that to them so that when they created Invest Alberta, we were hand in glove. And it wasn't driven by any other part of the province. This municipality's set of shareholders and what we had agreed on as our strategic focus sectors is reflected very clearly in Invest Alberta's work. That also dovetails into Invest Canada. So you are absolutely right. There are many players, and one of our jobs is to get out in front, represent this region to the world, and then when we have opportunities, help find the best way to connect them to the municipality where they have what the investor is looking for. As was previously said, we have to look at what the investors want and then find the best place in the region where they can fulfill that and make the investment here, because we're competing, with the rest of the world. So that's how I would answer that question. Darren and then Malcolm, do you have anything to add?
2 minor points. One is when I first joined, and as a business guy, having done strategy my whole life, and the initial strategy pitch to the board was collaboration, innovation, and focus. And I was shaking my head going, that's not a strategy. And then I personalized it a bit more. And I thought, like you said, Councillor Bernansky, about all the players in the ecosystem, all who had different messaging going radically different directions. And I thought, oh my gosh, we only did one thing well, getting everyone aligned with similar messaging and understanding what role we play in the lead generation process and closing. That could be an incredible success story. So that's kind of the first part that I think is really valuable. The second thing is that Invest in Canada and Invest Alberta are largely on that advocacy, let's bring people to our market. And we're helping make sure they got that messaging, and then we take it closer and make sure it gets connected with the EDOs. But another very large part of our work, which is a kind of a leading practice when we went and studied other entities in the world, is proactive targeted investment. So where we're actually building 8 or 9 business cases right now. Plant protein was a really good example. And we've done all the supply chain and economic analysis to say, put a protein pulse fractionator in our region. And then once we've done an economic case, we're targeting 3 or 4 or 5 companies around the world that we know would be interested, and we're going right to them to try to attract them to our region. That's not being done by any other entity. So that's kind of one of the key roles we play in the ecosystem.
And Councilor Bermansky, if you'll allow me, I did come up with the list of the 9 protocols. If you will allow me, I'd like to tell you what they are, so you're rest assured that we are coordinated and connected through the compact. May I share with you quickly the 9?
Yes, yes.
So communication and information sharing, deal flow development, lead qualification and sharing, investment readiness, marketing and outreach, missions and events, research and data collection, maximizing the regional economic benefits. And then we left a 9th protocol blank because we decided we probably wouldn't think of everything and we needed to possibly add 1. And this was done in collaboration with the 14 municipalities shareholders. And as I mentioned earlier, there's 2 sections. The first is the code of practice, which is intended to guide interaction between and among the representatives, the partners, and Edmonton Global, as well as a set of protocols to guide how Edmonton Global, our representatives and partners collaborated around the 9 protocols. So we put this in place. So I would say we're a leader in bringing this together and making sure that we don't have some of the confusion or overlap or clarity that you're concerned about. I would say it's because of Edmonton Global that we've worked those things out with all the entities.
Okay, and just one other question, like you're bringing in investment at what stage of the project, so to speak, like the ones that you're working on right now, were they ideas that have been on the plate for some time and you're looking for investment at a certain end stage, or what point in those developments would you be working on?
Well, our focus is the early stage, finding the people that are assessing where to invest. We will always acknowledge that some of the things that we have announced have been in the works. We've only been around for 3 years. And as our chair of our shareholder group, Mayor Gail Ketcher says, the Alberta Industrial Heartland's been around for 22 years. Edmonton Global's been around for 3 years. So there obviously, the airport, there's other entities that have been around longer, and that we are working with them collaboratively on some of the things that were already in play. But our role is to find those initial investments and bring them here and work through the compact to figure out how best to place them in the region. Malcolm, did you want to add anything, Malcolm? I didn't allow you to add anything there.
I think, one deal that we're working on that was mentioned in the protein space is I went to Singapore 2 years ago and met with the company initially. So it's been 2 years in the making, and we're hoping to see some kind of final investment decision in the next 2 to 3 months. But that's over 2 years worth of work just to get to a final investment decision. And as we've seen by Polycar, which is a manufacturer that made a final investment decision in this region in 2019, they broke ground in August of 2021. So the investor aftercare is also a considerable piece of work that we do post the final investment decision to make sure that those things are occurring. Air Products, for example, their goal is to have shovels in the ground in March of 2022. So their investment decision was June, but we've been continually working with them along with our partners to make sure that there are no bumps in the road so the shovels can go in the road so they're producing hydrogen by Q2 of 2024. So that's the kind of length and that sort of investor pre-care, so getting the deal, but then it's the aftercare that's also a critical component for both ourselves, but also for the municipality where that deal lands.
One other question, when you're presenting, would you be, mentioning Edmonton first, or would you be presenting all the areas at that particular time? Because with the Edmonton Global naming, it realistically sounds like you're working for Edmonton. It's not really a name of the region. So is it always presented of many choices within the region, or do you present for Edmonton first?
We present as Edmonton Global because people that we're talking to often don't know where Alberta is, much less where the Edmonton region is. So you start, Canada, Alberta, the Edmonton region. But when we actually get into conversation, we treat all of our shareholders equally. And that was a tenet of us getting formed, even from the mayor of Edmonton at the time, one vote, one voice. We are all equal at the table as the shareholder group and how we work and represent those shareholders. That is our commitment.
Thank you.
Mayor Huron, I believe that John Liston is waiting to
I'll
speak
get
as
to
well. So I hope we didn't take his 10 minutes or
No.
5 minutes.
No, he registered separately. So I see no more questions for you three. I'm looking at the agenda. It might be a little while till we actually get to this agenda item. So I don't know if you're going to continue to watch on our YouTube channel, or we can just let you know how the vote goes sometime tomorrow.
Okay, well, please let us know and we will try to tune in. And on behalf of Edmonton Global, thank you so much for your interest and thank you for your questions. Really appreciate the discussion and the engagement. As was mentioned, we would like to come back in January and have a more fulsome conversation with you again, or maybe now that we've done this, you can tell us when is appropriate to come back. But really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bernie. All right, Mr. John Liston, you still with us?
I am still with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Herron. My name's John Liston, and I'm a St. Albert resident for 26 years. And I'm also, in my day job, I work with a group called Alberta Enterprise Group, which is a group of businesses that are firm believers in free enterprise and nonpartisan politically, industry agnostic. We're not specific to a particular industry association. So we're a bunch of businesses that just want Alberta to prosper. And I've had a lot of experience with Edmonton Global. And so when I saw this piece coming up, I thought, well, I should kind of just jump in and share with you my experience. I'm neither an employee of theirs or in any way connected other than prosperity for Alberta. But first, I want to just thank you all. Budgeting is no fun because you're not really choosing between the good and the bad. That would be easy. You're choosing between the good and the better, and that's your biggest challenge. Because as a citizen, I want you to not spend any more money and start cutting everywhere. As a business person, I want you to invest. And so, here you guys sit with these dilemmas of trying to figure out what your priorities are and where do you put the money. So thanks for doing it. I appreciate it. I know it's thankless when you go to the grocery store and everybody has comments for you. I'm sure none of you have experienced that, but I hear it has happened in other communities. So my interest in this thing is that Alberta's at a really important time. I grew up. My parents brought the family here in 1956 as immigrants, and I grew up in the most glorious time of Alberta's history. Oil and gas drove this thing. Councillor Broadhead was speaking to it a little bit. I grew up not knowing what oil and gas were, and I know it was thriving. My parents didn't work in it, but it was extraordinary for the quality of life that we lived in Alberta through that period of time. And so I challenge you to think a little bit the same way that even if a project doesn't come into St. Albert, does it still impact St. Albert? And again, it's a very difficult one, but the mayoral candidate earlier, Bob Russell talked about why did we put money into the Edmonton Airport project to try to attract flights back here? Well, St. Albert uses that airport. We use it a lot. And so if we were to say, well, no planes land here, therefore we don't need to give them any money, we would be really cutting off our nose to spite the face. And I just think this regional approach, what I've experienced between, Invest Alberta and the work that's going on there. And so over the last month, it was a really interesting question by Councillor McKay, because we've been talking to everybody else about how great the world is or how great Alberta is out in the world, but we haven't been telling our Albertans. And so we have a bit of a damaged culture right now that we need to create some optimism and hope. And so the last month with the business community, we had David Knightleg, who's been running around the world selling Alberta. And then we had actually last week, we had Malcolm come and speak to our business group. Many of them have since reached out to Malcolm and asked him to come in and speak to their clients, because we haven't told this story locally nearly as well as we've told it internationally. But we're at a point in time where big companies are starting to ask, why is Dow investing $10 billion in growing? Why are they going to Alberta? And so even Councillor Broadhead's question about we're known for oil and gas, it's changing, and we're at an absolutely critical time in Alberta's history. And I think that we have a very significant role to play, because the way that you go out and you sell a community is you sell the business idea to the business owners, and then you have to sell them the lifestyle for their employees, because they're going to pick up and move a whole bunch of people to a community. Well, I'm a little bit jaundiced. I haven't seen any other community that has what St. Albert has. And so we have
about 20 more seconds, okay?
Okay.
And I totally agree with you. St. Albert is.
It's an extraordinary community. If you don't understand how many people are going to live in St. Albert, even if they're out at the hydrogen hub, all of the ancillary businesses are going to come into our community. They're not going to all run out to the heartland. And that's where all the service business. This is why Edmonton has thrived so well and Calgary has struggled lately, because they've got the big companies that come and go. Edmonton has the service industry that does all the work for them. And it's just a pivot for the guys to be able to change from pumps and valves for hydrogen instead of pumps and valves for oil and gas. So I think there's huge opportunity in front of us. I think that we would be very short-sighted to not understand that this thing is an investment in the future as opposed to an expense in a budget. So those are my quick comments.
Great comments. Any questions for Mr. Liston? Councillor Mackay does.
Thank you, Mr. Liston. It's a pleasure to finally get to speak to you directly. I appreciate the comments, and I'm wondering, with your experience, do you think an economic development department within a community our size has the ability to go out into the world that and to be able to attract that's businesses that would be interested in coming into St. Albert based on what they know about the region, or based on what they know about St. Albert?
I think the challenge would be for an economic development department within St. Albert, let's say, or Parkland County, or whoever it is where do you go? And I think what you have to do is you have to take a whole bunch of these groups together, and they can go out internationally. But where do you start as an economic development? I don't think you guys can have the budget. And so, the idea would be, well, why don't we all get our budget, put it together, and create this thing called Edmonton Global? That would be my quick take on that, Councillor.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I just was trying to think, why wouldn't we want to leverage something at a region versus something where we're trying to take it on our own? I mean, I think that there's some opportunities that we could get, but I just don't think that we would have the bigger vision. I mean, so maybe it was a little bit of a loaded front end question.
At our meeting last week, we had a group of our members together again with Malcolm speaking. The Parkland County guys were there, and I was asking them about their decision-making process. And it's so hard. Like, you guys are having to decide whether you have this $170,000 number or whatever it is this year in your budget. And when you're trying to expense manage, it's hard to justify. When you're trying to invest for the future, you have to have a long enough vision, and so that's a very challenging to do on a 4-year election cycle, all those things. But I think, in my opinion, the next 4 years, Alberta is just going to be unbelievable, and our GDP really is not that heavily dependent on oil and gas right now. We already have a very diversified economy, and if you start to study this hydrogen piece, we are going to be the hub of the world for hydrogen. It's extraordinary what's coming. And it's only a piece of, we need to get into technology and ag tech and all the things that are coming with it.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Liston? I see none. John, thanks for joining us. I think St. Albert's very fortunate to have you living in our community for your business expertise, but also everything you do for our community in the not-for-profit world. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. My next registered speaker is Brian Farrell on property tax relief. Brian, are you still with us? Thought I saw him.
Yes, I am.
Welcome and thanks for waiting.
No problem. Thank you for having me today.
Start
My
whenever
name's
you're. Yep.
Sure. My name's Brian Farrell. I'm the CEO of the Christensen Group of Companies with Greg Christensen. I'm here today to talk to you about some tax relief on our project known as Citadel Mews West on 15 Erin Ridge. On the night of May the 6th, which was a Thursday night, we had a tragic fire. The building was totally destroyed, but thankfully no one was injured or deceased. We had a 109 unit project on that site, of which 42 were designated assisted living, and the balance of them were independent living projects, with 5 being rented and 48 being life leased. The night of the fire, when we evacuated everyone to the St. Albert Inn, and those people graciously looked after our residents until they were all able to move on. We were able to get the assistance and work with Alberta Health Services to get all of the DSL people placed in either other Christensen projects. Probably a third went to Christensen projects because we had space, and Alberta Health Services found space for the remaining people. The last 6 months has been frustrating trying to deal with an insurance company. We don't seem to be able to control the process. It seems to be controlled by them. During the past few weeks, I think we're coming to a point now where we probably are going to settle with the insurance. But nothing had happened really with the insurance. They've sort of stalled us over the last 6 months. And we're moving forward and hope to be reaching a settlement any day now, to be honest with you. One of the problems that we have faced over the last 18 months in all of our projects is COVID. So it's affected all of our projects in the seniors buildings. This is because we're getting our normal attribution on people moving out, people moving to long-term care, or people passing on, but we're not being able to rent them up as quickly because of the lockdowns imposed by HS. Every time that we thought we would get a little momentum, there'd be another wave hit, and of course more lockdowns would happen, and we couldn't get seniors in to view suites. So that's put a drain on our finances at Christensen. What we are proposed, go ahead. Or is that me? Okay, I hear myself. What we are going to do with that site is we are starting probably the demo within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And we will be building a brand new project. The appraised value of the project is over $40 million. It'll basically have the same footprint as the existing building. We are not going to put in any DSL beds into there. It's going to be strictly a rental project unless Alberta Health Services wants us to do that. So I'm here today to ask you about our property taxes from May 7th, the date of the fire, May 6th, to the end of December. The way that I understood taxes worked, I've been working with your assessing department, Mr. Bannerman, Steve Bannerman, who's been very helpful. Taxes are assessed on the values for December 31st of the previous year, and the value will not be reassessed until December 31st of this upcoming year. So our tax assessment for the year 2021 is based on last December, and basically based on having a full project there. So what I'm here today to ask council if we could forgive a portion of the taxes and basically recalculate the value of our property from May the 7th to December 31st based on what we have there is a piece of land and an underground parkade that was not destroyed. And that's what I'm here to ask for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farrell. Questions for Mr. Farrell? Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Mr. Farrell, thank you. And thank you for all your work you've done with placements of the residents that were impacted by the fire, the tragic fire. But the question I guess I have to ask is in relation to your fire insurance policy. So our understanding of that whole issue around fire insurance is that basically the property tax coverage is included in your insurance. So once you settle, will you be settling up the property tax or are you asking for a complete kind of, I'm trying to find the right, I mean, I guess just basically a forgiveness in relation to that, knowing that you should be covered under your insurance policy.
Okay. The way that the insurance policies are is I'm just give you just a quick, it's broken into three things. The building value, pretty straightforward. What we had it insured for. Furniture and fixtures, again, pretty straightforward. And the category that you're talking to is called business interruption insurance. And it has been my experience, I'm a CA and I've been doing this a long time, that's a very contentious and debatable part of the policy, whether or not we're going to get paid for. It doesn't specifically identify property taxes, it identifies expenses. However, because of the type of revenues that we had in our project, it was hard to determine, and this is why we're trying to settle it. It's hard to determine what our revenue was on that project. I know I'm getting a bit sounding like an accountant right now, but the problem is with our life leases. The way an insurance company works, yeah, they cover your rents that you receive, and they net out and pay your expenses. The problem that we have is a life lease is basically prepaying the people's rent. And then when they move out, we refund their money. So that's it. So it was our position that was revenue. It was the insurance company's position that it was not revenue. So with that being said, our coverage could have gone anywhere from $0 to $1.5 million a year for 3 years. That was our coverage. So what we did was we came to a global settlement with the insurance company. And the reason we did that is because I have to pay out these life leases. The life leases, when somebody leaves the building, they want their money back. And, we had close to $12 million of life leases there. And I couldn't get into a prolonged dispute with an insurance company, or these seniors weren't going to get their money. We couldn't go legal. So we had to come to some settlement. Could we have got more? Maybe. But I was trying to get this thing settled. It's been 6 months, and to get it done, we get calls daily from people who need their money to move on. So I'm sort of dancing around your question because there's not a specific clause in the insurance policy that says it pays for property taxes.
All right, fine, thanks. I mean, I guess I have to, I'll probably ask administration in relation to that afterwards. I mean,
you see, just to be honest, guys, I thought that I'd come and ask in this because, Steve wanted me to provide a whole bunch of documentation. I can provide whatever you need. I just didn't want to inundate you with a whole bunch of paper, insurance stuff, and whatnot that really would be useless. Not useless, but it'd be a pain in the butt to go through before you got to the answer.
That's fine, Mr. Farrell. I didn't mean to put you on the hot seat either. or
No.
Details in relation to explaining it. I was just trying to kind of go through the fact that we have in our policy around certain, structural fires and kind of the process we have to follow when these things come before us. So I just wanted to see if I could get some insight into that, Mr. Farrell.
Sure.
So
No problem.
I appreciate the candor, and I appreciate whatever, and I appreciate the fact if you weren't successful in getting this, would this impact your project timing?
No, it will not.
Thank you for your candor. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Jolly has a question as well.
Thank you. So, as I'm sure you're aware, our current tax relief policy prohibits us forgiving taxes in the case of fire. So are you proposing that we change our policy to accept fire as permissible under our tax relief policy for all homeowners, or?
We're not a home. Well, we're a business. We're not a homeowner. There's the difference.
Great, actually, and that leads to my next question. So is Christensen a for-profit housing model?
Yes.
And how large is the organization? I believe you're outside of St. Albert as well.
Yeah, we have, I believe it's 12 communities. Edmonton, and we have 3 in Central Alberta, Rocky, St. Albert, and not St. Albert, Red Deer and Lacombe.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, any questions from Sheena? No, see nothing from those online. All right, that's all the questions we have now. So process-wise, when we get to the end of our meeting is when we deal with a lot of this more sensitive stuff when we go in camera. So we'll have that conversation, and then if council decides to relieve all or part of the taxes, then we'll come out and make a public motion. So I would actually suggest maybe you contact the city tomorrow to get.
Okay, so I don't need to hang around for that?
No, but thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for considering this.
All right, and then the other registered speakers I have today are for the public hearing, and Homeland Housing is here just to answer questions. So we're going to get into the agenda. Is there any business arising from any of the presentations? I think most of it we're going to be dealing with at some point in the agenda. So I'm going to go to consent agenda. Does anyone want to make a motion for consent? Thank you, Councillor Jolly.
That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of November 15, 2021, and special council meeting minutes of November 29, 2021. 7.1, CLSC draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from November 22, 2021. 7.2, CLSC recommendation arising from the Community Services Advisory Committee 2022 FCSS funding. 7.3, CLSC recommendation arising from Community Services Advisory Committee 2022 outside agency grants. 7.4, CLSC recommendation arising from Community Services Advisory Committee community capital grants. 7.5, Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from November 22, 2021. 7.6, CGISC recommendation, property tax release policy presentation. 8.1, time extension request, Badger Lands. 8.2, time extension request, review of policy CCS 10, Lieutenant Governor Distinguished Young Artist Legacy Program. 8.3, time extension request, Pahonan Reconciliation. 8.4, Alberta Community Partnership Grant. 8.6, Provincial Government Engagement Strategy. 9.1, Bylaw 56, 2021, Jensen Lakes 13th Redistricting, first reading. And 12.1, Information Item Corporate Quarterly Report, Q3 2021.
But you're glad you stepped up for that one. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. The motion passes unanimously. Okay. So passed on consent were the minutes from both our November 15th and November 29th meetings. 7.1 was just the agenda package from our Community Living Standing Committee, as well as the unadopted minutes. So we did 7.2, I'll read out. The motion on consent was that council approve the following applications for 2022 FCSS funding be awarded as follows. The Boys and Girls Big Brothers Big Sisters of Edmonton and Area Society mentoring for the amount of $64,229. St. Albert Community Village and Food Bank Community Liaison amount of $70,550, and community income tax programs for the amount of $1,000. To the St. Albert Family Resource Center for their family life education amount of $157,615. To the St. Albert and District Further Education Association Newcomers Connection Program amount of $43,556. To the Out Loud Foundation for LGBTQ Community Supports and Services for their outreach services amount of $84,495. And finally, the St. Albert Seniors Association for their senior supports and services amount of $65,752. 7.3 on consent, the motion was for outside agency grants. So to the St. Albert Bereavement Fellowship, $7,668. The St. Albert Housing Society, $44,650. To St. Albert Seniors Association, $219,285. To St. Albert Victim Services Association, $66,515. To the St. Albert Community Village and Food Bank, $110,675. To Stop Abuse in Families, $21,400. To the Mitchell Cultural Connection Company, $9,697. To the St. Albert and District Further Education Association, $30,303. To St. Albert Family Resource Center, $19,155. To Out Loud Foundation for LGBT Community Supports and Services, $16,290. And to the Clio Collective Limited, $21,415. To the Visual Arts Studio Association of St. Albert, $27,685 for a total of $594,738. Should have had you do these, Natalie. 7.4 was another recommendation coming out of committee. The motion was for the capital grants. And so there's two motions here. The council approve awarding the following community capital grant to the St. Albert Minor Hockey Association. Their project is the installation of automatic video streaming cameras in arenas for a total of $15,030. And the second motion was that the St. Albert Bicycle Motocross Association not be awarded a community capital grant at this time, but the association is free to reapply for a community capital grant earlier than the spring 2022 intake if possible. And this is for their project upgrades to the existing BMX track and expansion project. On consent for 7.5 was just the package and unadopted minutes from the Community Growth and Infrastructure committee meeting, sorry. And then there was a presentation on property tax relief included in your package. So the time extension ones, again on consent. So a time extension for administration to bring back a report pertaining to all previous motions related to the Badgerlands for further council discussion to be extended to the end of Q2 of 2022. And that the deadline for administration to respond to council's request for a proposal for the future disposition or use of the city-owned Badgerlands 43 City Annex, together with a list of resolutions previously passed by council concerning planning for or use of the Badgerlands, be extended to the end of Q2 2022. We had another time extension request for the LG Lieutenant Governor Distinguished Young Artist Legacy Program. It's going to be brought back after the corporate grant review. And then one final one, the Pehonan reconciliation, be extended to March 14th, 2021 Community Living Standing Committee. Sorry. Okay. Oh, one more was on consent. Sorry, the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. The recommendation was that council approve the City of St. Albert's submission of the proposed City of St. Albert's City of Edmonton intermunicipal planning framework grant application to the Government of Alberta's Alberta Community Partnership Program with the City of Edmonton. So cross your fingers we get that grant. We are now on to 22 St. Thomas Street. And do we have Lori with us?
Yes, you do.
Hi, Lori. Do you have a
Hi.
presentation just to kick us off on this topic?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Scott. I'm the Affordable Housing Liaison speaking on the 22 St. Thomas Street land matter. This report is seeking approval of the disposition of the land at 22 St. Thomas Street to Homeland Housing for the purposes of building and operating a mixed residential and commercial development on the site.
Lori, sorry,
Yes.
I don't think your presentation is being shown.
Here, no, we can't see it.
Can't you? Oh, there. Can you see it
Sorry
now?
about that.
There we go. Yep.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Apologize for that. Okay. The recommendations before council are that an exception to the requirements to dispose of the city-owned land at market value set out in the Land Transactions Policy CED 03 be approved for the disposition of city-owned land at 22 St. Thomas Street. That the Chief Administrative Officer is directed to execute on behalf of the city an agreement with Homeland Housing for the sale of the land at 22 St. Thomas Street for nominal consideration for the purposes of building and operating a mixed income, mixed residential and commercial development on the site with a minimum term of 30 years for the non-market housing units within the development and otherwise upon the terms and conditions satisfactory to the Chief Administrative Officer. That the market value of the said land be deemed of the city's equivalent monetary contribution towards the non-market housing component of the intended development. These recommendations facilitate the opportunity to revitalize the downtown core through investment, supporting new business through a broader population base and creating a mix of housing options close to employment, transit, park systems, schools, and downtown amenities. 22 St. Thomas Street is a 0.54 hectare or 1.3 acre parcel fronting St. Thomas and St. Anne Streets. The land originally consisted of two parcels, which were consolidated in the spring of 2021 into a single site due to the unusual shape of 2 St. Anne Street. A vibrant downtown has been the objective of downtown planning since the early 1990s, prior to the apartments being developed to the south of the city-owned site. Originally planned as office space for city employees, the site was declared surplus in 2019. At that time, the land was placed for sale on the open market. There was no interest from the 23 developers contacted by the realtor engaged by the city over the listing period. Based on council's direction through the council motion 19-032, an expression of interest was released in early 2020 to determine what concepts, ideas, or specific responses could be developed on the city-owned site. The expression of interest requested that a portion of the housing be provided at a rate at least 20% below market rates as a primary consideration, also considering preferred objectives of accessibility, energy efficiency, community gathering spaces, and social procurement benefits. The expression of interest did not establish any obligation on the city's part to enter into any contract or make any purchase. And as none of the submissions called for the city to take an active role in developing housing, apart from providing the land at less than market value, no further procurement process is required to move forward. The evaluation process involved a review of all submissions with further discussions with two shortlisted proponents. CMHC assisted the city with the evaluation of the proposals from a financial perspective. All development proposals included a mixed income model allowing for internal cross subsidies of the non-market units through the revenues collected from the commercial spaces and the market units. Homeland's original proposal was based on previously permitted building heights of 14 stories at the 2 St. Anne Street, on the 2 St. Anne Street parcel, which now have been normalized across the entire site to a maximum height of 24 meters, which allows for approximately a 6-story building. The change in permitted building height will require a redesign of Homeland's proposal concept and recalculation of the project pro forma. Homeland Housing is the city's designated housing management body responsible for the delivery of provincial housing programs and services. Homeland manages 230 units in St. Albert and 826 units in the other communities it serves. Councillor Jolie is currently appointed to Homeland's Board of Directors as chair. The land has a book value of $87,118 based on the current site area. If transferred at a nominal cost, the equivalent loss would be recorded on the 2021 books. Once the site is developed, taxation revenue would be received annually. From a legal perspective, the disposition of land at less than market value is permitted without advertising if the estate or interest is used by a nonprofit organization as defined in Section 241F of the MGA. Part of the city's due diligence will be obtaining reasonable assurance that Homeland Housing has the legal capacity to own and operate commercial real estate in support of a housing development in which the units are intended to be rented at less than market rates. A commitment from council on the intended land disposition is needed prior to Homeland Housing committing funds towards design, development, and pre-construction studies. The recommended motions address council's strategic priorities to expand the availability of accessible and affordable housing options. It accomplishes the objective of densifying and revitalizing the downtown core, aligning with the goals of the municipal development plan, supporting COVID recovery, economic development, and local jobs. Downtown presents one of the best and most important opportunities to intensify land uses, enhancing downtown economic vitality. Additional residents living downtown will add to the consumer base supporting downtown business community. Downtown currently has less than 1% of the city's total population with an average age of 63.7 years. The highest percentage of the downtown population is in the 75 plus age group. Population statistics show that downtown will continue to evolve as existing residents get older. Confirmation of council's intended direction towards the land transfer is needed to enable Homeland to seek funding towards design, concept development, construction, and pre-construction financing, requiring the land as collateral. The land currently enables development adhering to the requirements of the downtown land use district. In conclusion, the land and its equivalent value will be used as a leverage strategy to solicit grants, financing, and funding from other sources. The city's non-market housing stock currently sits at 1.8% of the total number of dwellings, as compared to 3.1% in other Alberta communities. Spending too high a portion of income on housing costs was identified as one of the key reasons for accessing services at the food bank, as recorded in the 2020 St. Albert Needs Estimation Survey. An overwhelming majority of St. Albert residents in core housing need are female, both as renters and owners in all stages of life. The development also supports principles identified through the COVID Recovery Task Force to provide incentives for new development and growth initiatives, to develop partnerships to drive innovation and development, and to provide opportunities to increase inclusion and community connectedness. If the recommended motions are passed, contract approval authority will be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer. Additional approvals would not be required from council unless amendments to the land use bylaw or the downtown redevelopment plan are needed, requiring further council consideration at an open and public meeting. This concludes administration's presentation, and we'd be happy to respond to any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott. Council, we do have online Raymond Cormy from Homeland Housing, and the chair of the board is with us as well. So we'll open it up for questions. And actually, Councillor Jolly's got a question to start us off.
I think I know the chair of the board. So, Mr. Scoble, how would this type of an agreement work? I assume that the transfer would not happen until we had, keys to the building, or the Homeland rather had keys to the building. So would it be negotiated and that's just ready to go for when grant applications are happening?
Generally, yes, that would be the format. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mackay.
Question to Raymond or Councillor Jolie, based on your experience with Homeland. Can Homeland operate retail or commercial on the main, or would they somehow be able to work around the commercial or retail and housing? How does that work?
I know the answer to it, but I'll leave that to Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The information that we have, allows Homeland Housing to operate commercial property. For this particular project, we would probably focus on organizations or other not-for-profit groups that would support the mission, vision, values of the organization, as well as supporting the mixed use model of housing for that site.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clarified that Homeland Housing has the capacity or has the ability or the authority, I guess, to be able to operate commercial.
The information that we have is yes, that we do. And again, what we would probably look at doing for our commercial properties is having a commercial property management company administer some of that work on our behalf.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Killick.
Thank you very much for the presentation today. I do have a couple of questions. With the expression of interest, is that the terms that were identified in that, are they binding on anyone as this is what must be delivered?
No, the expression of interest was just an expression of interest. The contract would be binding on the proponents.
And second question then would be, with the change to 24 meters, will the building have to be redesigned to meet that parameters? And does that also mean other things along with that will change, number of suites, et cetera, et cetera?
That's correct. Probably the most limiting factor on the site would be the parking.
And Kira, you want to add to that?
Yes, I wanted to add a comment on the expression of interest. Scott is correct that expressions of interest are non-binding. However, we would, because we did advertise that, we did negotiate the terms of the agreement, we would need to go back and have further discussions with Homeland Housing on any changes. And that's just what we'd have to do from a fairness perspective if there were going to make any changes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hiltz. Thank you. Does the current proposal meet the land use bylaw requirements for that area?
The current proposal was very schematic, and as we said, the land use bylaw requirements have changed. So I believe it's Homeland's intent to meet the requirements of the land use bylaw, which would mean that it is a permitted use. If there are amendments required, then they would have to go back to council, or depending on the size and scope of amendments.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve some other questions that are more detailed, because I think it would be better if we had the opportunity to split the motion and bring back those questions in more detail with the administration.
I just want to make sure which questions.
I had submitted them on email, and just wanting to get guarantees on achieving the parking requirements, number of units that would actually be built, confirmation of that under the new height guidelines, the definition of affordable being clearly articulated as 20% below minimum rates. Commitment that 75% of the units would be offered as affordable, and that the ground floor commercial would actually meet the land use bylaw planning requirements, and also a commitment that we would want to see when the final design was finalized, putting a timeline on that and a timeline for construction to start. I think there's a much more detailed discussion that around all of those items. It would be probably better deferred for more in-depth discussion rather than today. But, and I had asked for legal advice from Dave LaFleur on that, and it was suggested that that actually be deferred.
I'm just, so are you proposing amendments to the actual contract that we're talking about today? The agreement, sorry.
That we would split the motion and we would accept part 1 and part 3 and defer accepting for further debate on the second motion around the terms of negotiation.
Okay, I mean, if we can get it done today, that would be awesome. So let's try, but if we have to wait, because a lot of these were just guarantees that you were looking for. So you're sort of directing our city manager to work those into the contract. Is that correct?
Yes, it's to get them guaranteed so that we know when we, and I'm supportive of this, give the land, that we know exactly what we're getting in return, and would provide clarity for council, administration, Homeland Housing, and the eventual residents of it.
Okay. I'm going to suggest, I've got Councillor Jolly and Councillor Bermansky with questions. I'm going to come back to you then, Councillor Killick, and maybe we can go, because the reason I asked you what questions is people watching don't know about the email. So let's go through some of those questions one by one. And so for example, the height one might have been answered already, and we'll just cross that off. And if we can get a lot of it crossed off today, then we could maybe proceed. If not, then we can come back. Does that work? All right.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Bermansky, go ahead.
I have 3 questions. So the affordable units, would they be dedicated to St. Albert residents firstly? The next question is why the land can't be a long-term lease instead of a land transfer, and why the valuation was way back in 2004.
All right, let's start with the first one about residency.
I'll transfer this one to Raymond.
Sorry. Yeah, so with affordable housing, you cannot restrict residency to a city or an area. Affordable housing is determined based on a core income or threshold. Certainly, you can give higher priority rating to individuals that live in St. Albert or in the St. Albert area. However, you cannot exclude others that meet the core housing threshold.
So it could be filled before St. Albert residents would have an option to access affordable housing then.
I think that based on what we are seeing in our other properties in St. Albert, by and large, the catchment area is coming from the city of St. Albert.
All right, and the second question what you had, Shelley, was leasing, was it?
Leasing the land rather than a full land transfer, like a long-term lease of the actual land.
We did some research on land lease versus land transfer. There are more complications with obtaining financing because obviously the financial institutions want collateral and reassurance that that they have some collateral for their significant investment, which would probably be around at least $40 million. Also, if the long-term lease is for approximately around 40 years, when refinancing is looked at it at around the 30-year mark or something around there becomes more complications because Homeland Housing would, at the end of the lease, they may not maintain ownership of the property. Therefore, their original investment of $40 million could be, would not be returned to them. And if they need to get some refinancing, that may not give them enough incentive to actually continue maintaining the property at the end of the lease term. Also, if you did a long-term lease, you would have to make an agreement with Homeland Housing how the property and the associated land building on the property was transferred back to the city. And there probably would be a payment required on that because they don't, the value would be significantly more than what it would cost to construct in 2021.
All right, and there was a third question there, Councillor Romansky.
Why the land valuation was done in 2004, like so long ago?
Okay. The land valuation was completed when the St. Thomas Street was developed. At that time, the property was subdivided, and that's when the valuation was defined in the city's books at that time.
Would it not be a lot larger at this point in time?
That's correct. Yes, the equivalent market value of the land is between 2.79 and 3.4 million. It's depending on the assessment and at the time of what the value would be at the time of land transfer.
So there'll be a new assessment done?
We've been relying on the city's assessment department to do that, but yeah, we could do something more if that was desired.
Any more questions, Councillor Romansky?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, thanks. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. This question is probably to Raymond. How many affordable housing units does Homeland Housing currently operate in St. Albert?
So in St. Albert, we operate 90 affordable housing units, and it is primarily it is targeted towards seniors only.
And for that facility, what percentage of the building is affordable housing units, and what percentage is market rates? I know the answer, but
yeah. So for that property, the Northbridge site, all of those units are affordable housing units.
And what kind of requests do you have of the city for operating grants to help run that facility?
So we receive no operating grants or funding from the city.
Thank you. And my last question is about, it kind of addresses Councillor Killick's question about the definition of affordable housing. How is that definition determined? Like, is that something that Homeland determines? Can you explain that?
Yeah, so that definition is through the Government of Alberta and also Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation.
Great, thank you. And because of that definition, how much flexibility does Homeland have in setting rents for affordable housing units?
So the flexibility is a bit rigid in the sense that you have to determine what your rent will be based upon the market rents in a geographical area. So we are bound by looking at what market rents are in the Edmonton or greater Edmonton area. And St. Albert is a little bit of an anomaly in that rents are slightly higher than they are in Edmonton. However, CMHC and the Government of Alberta, through their grant funding agreement for that property, require us to use the greater Edmonton or the Edmonton CMHC market rental rates.
So by that definition, St. Albert rates are actually lower than the affordable housing definition if we just counted St. Albert. Is that accurate?
Right. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the market rents in St. Albert are higher. So even at the 80%, so non-market rents can be set, or affordable housing rents can be set between 80 and 90% of what the market is. So even if in St. Albert, because there is an anomaly in that the market rents are higher, 80% is still not technically affordable when you compare it to other jurisdictions. I don't know if I'm making sense there.
I hope so. I'm looking to Mr. Killick, to Councillor Killick. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I've got Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Mackay, then Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. So Raymond, I'm just going to ask you again. I haven't been on Homeland Housing, so this is like an education session for a lot of people. So when you said that it was like an 80% wasn't as affordable, so then from what I'm getting that is that you could probably do even better than 80% of it. Like you could be like 75%, or how do you determine how to make it meet the criteria for affordable? Is it compared to the entire region then? So you say it's affordable for considering that person could go to Edmonton or St. Albert type of thing, or?
Yeah, so what happens is the province and CMHC define affordable as 80 to 90% of the market for an area. So if, for example, a one-bedroom apartment in St. Albert, the market rate was $1,000 per month, then at 80%, comparable one-bedroom for near-market housing or affordable housing would be $800 per month.
Thank you for that. So I know that your other complexes have been primarily seniors. Is the intention to focus still on seniors, or is it to be like mostly seniors, but also other age groups, or is it just going to be a blanket of age groups for this development?
So the expression of interest the expression of interest that we applied to back in 2020 required mixed use housing. So this would be individuals, seniors, and families. So there would not just be the focus on seniors.
Would you expect the majority of them to be seniors though, or would you expect it to be kind of like a flat distribution? I know that this is well ahead of the game, but I'm just trying to, I think it addresses parking concerns. So that's what I'm asking this.
I think when you look at the downtown demographics that Lori had highlighted in her presentation, the area seems to be primarily seniors. So we may continue to see that trend occur. However, because the project would have 2 and 3 bedroom units, I do think that we would certainly be able to attract single one-parent families to the downtown area, as well as younger people.
And then do we have a number? I would think it was listed there. I don't know if you can share it, of like just the actual number of affordable housing in some, isn't it?
I'm sorry, if you'd cut out there.
How many affordable housing units are we looking to build?
So in our original proposal, we had talked about 177 units in total. Now with the changes to the height restriction, we will have to go back and relook at that mix. Also, the other thing is in our original proposal, we had talked about all of the units built to what they call the Affordable Housing Modesty Guidelines. So that's a certain square footage. And I think for it to be more competitive in a downtown market as a mixed-use project, we may have to look at increasing the size of the suites as well.
Okay. And the Homeland Housing levy that we have on our taxes, I know you're not applying for grants, but we have a levy that goes. Should we expect the levy to increase with each additional property, or is that not the determining factor?
Right. So with the requisition or the levy that is paid annually, that is only for the Seniors Lodge program, or what they call the Independent Supportive Living Program. Affordable housing receives no funding from a requisition whatsoever, and also there is no capital funding or capital replacement reserve funding, either through the municipality.
And just one last question. So the reduced parking requirements that are coming in, it's a lot less than what would have been in normal circumstances. My concern is that it won't be enough and that there'll be like a lot of overflow. So how confident are you that under these circumstances, comparing it to perhaps other properties and other locations, that it will not cause inadvertent consequences of not having enough parking for the residents?
Absolutely. So I think, again, we would have to go back and revisit the original project proposal. And obviously that would be linked to the agreement, the land agreement between the city and Homeland Housing. We did have a similar experience. We had opened a project, an affordable housing project in Morinville about a year ago. And of course, the town had those same concerns with respect to parking. And so there was a slight adjustment on parking in that I believe they allowed about 75% of what would be the typical parking requirement or parking density. But it would be our intent that we would try to follow the land use bylaw with respect to parking in that area.
Okay, so you'd be potentially looking at putting in a bit more than what you had initially brought forward?
Yes, otherwise what would happen is it would have to go back before council, right?
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. While we have you, so if everything moves ahead quickly, I mean, today being the first part of that process where we dispose the land over and then subject to, I guess, some of the negotiations with the CAO, what then do you need to do? Do you have to go out and get grants, or do you have to go out and obtain funding through another financial source? What's next for Homeland Housing?
I think next, obviously, we're going to go into the design and development phase, and we do have a good relationship with two of our lending financial institutions. So we would then also begin those conversations around financing for the project. We have done a pro forma based on the expression of interest that was submitted back in 2020. So number one would be going to our financial lenders. Two is we would be approaching the province and exploring any opportunity for grant funding. However, that may prove difficult in the provincial economic environment we're in. And then lastly would be to approach any funding sources through CMHC.
Thank you. So that process, would it be realistic if everything moved ahead in a normal function form that you could start building when?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I mean, normally all of that process, in my experience, can take anywhere from 6 months to a year, right? So in this particular case, we are probably not looking at any changes to the land use bylaws, so that certainly will speed things up. But by the time you're looking at any kind of grant opportunities and finalizing your financing, doing the cost accounting on your project, so through the architect and the development, you are looking at minimally 6 months to pull all that through. The other variable that we're seeing now, of course, is issues related to COVID. We're also seeing inflationary prices for construction and those types of things. So I think we're going to have to look at some of those variables too when determining the project timeline.
Thank you. So it's in flux. I mean, to set any hard timeframes and timelines would be difficult and maybe a little almost impossible or unfair.
Yeah, I think that once we have a clear understanding of the agreement and the conditions within the agreement, I think it would be more realistic for us to then establish timelines at that point.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Bermansky.
A couple other questions. You mentioned that the affordable suites would be like 75 to 80% of the directed for the region. Would the alternative suites be that 100% of that actual amount, or would they be higher, or could they be unlimited in comparison to what suites would be in the region?
Right. So your market suites essentially would be a rental rate that would be competitive with the private rental market, right? So certainly if you look at amenities, location, those kind of things, that all affect the market rent for an area. But essentially, we would compete with what the market is for rental housing in St. Albert for those market units.
So would you recoup the cost of your affordable suites by raising the cost of the others?
What happens is the market units do subsidize the non-market units to a degree. It's generally property tax value. So for example, if you're renting your market unit at 1,000, your near market is at 800, what happens is the market unit ends up subsidizing the non-market unit, and it's generally the value of the property taxes.
Okay, so say you had neighbors living there and one's in the affordable and one's in the, not qualifying for that. How much difference, in price for their rent or mortgage or whatever, are they going to be living with? Because sometimes that's not a conversation that you want to have between neighbors as well.
Right. So again, if assuming the units were at 80% of market, so again, we can go anywhere from 80 to 90% of market. So let's assume they're 80. So an individual, let's say the market rent for an apartment is $1,000 per month, then the person in the affordable housing unit or what they call the near market unit would be paying $800 a month. And mixed housing is becoming more prevalent in Alberta now. So at one time, affordable housing projects were built and it was all people that lived in the affordable housing project. Now there has been a trend moving towards mixed use, meaning that you have lower income and higher income individuals living in the same apartment building, and they would be essentially paying different rents. And it's really no different than the private rental market in that you could have a resident who has lived in a private rental apartment for many years and might be paying a lower or a higher rent than somebody that just moved in because the market conditions have determined a rent to be higher or lower at that point in time when they moved in. Or conversely, I always use the mortgage rate analogy, and that you can go and get your mortgage in a particular year and pay a certain percentage, and then the following year it could be greater or less. So it's really the market that determines or is the driver of what the rental charge will be. So I'm not too concerned, or in my experience, there's never been concern as far as individual A paying less money in rent than individual B, because the lower income person has to qualify for that unit or for that subsidy.
Okay, so say you have a person living there and they're one of the first to move into the building, and then say 3 years down the road, the affordable suite is a higher price, of course. How long do you maintain the increases, and do you have a guideline of how that first person's rents can be raised?
So what happens under the Social Housing Act, we are required annually to do a rent review of the area using the CMHC vacancy reports. And so what happens is we determine then what the market rent is annually for that for a unit of that type, and then either the market rent or the affordable housing rent is adjusted up or down. So you're always looking at it year by year by year. So you're never in a situation where someone's moved in 4 years ago and did not receive either a rent increase or a rent decrease.
Thank you.
It's always the market that's moving the model. And that's where in St. Albert, it's a little bit, as we mentioned, St. Albert's a little bit of an anomaly because you have those higher rents. And so that's what kind of clouds the market a little bit.
Also, as individual tenants' incomes change, like if they start earning more money, then they would just transition to market rent. So they would not have to leave the development. The affordable unit would just transfer to another unit within the development, so that it enables people to stay in the community and in their housing for a longer period of time.
Would that open up in another affordable unit should that happen?
Correct.
Yeah, so by not having an extra hard formula on the number of market and non-market units, you can always shift those units around and either define them or redefine them as affordable or near market or market units. So you could have a situation where you have a large demand for people to have an affordable housing unit or a near market unit, and maybe not so much of a demand for a market unit. So it would then make sense that you would take then and make that unit a near market unit rather than it sitting vacant.
Thank you.
Yeah. For example, our project in Morinville, which is 40 units of affordable, and how we structured the agreement with government is that 10% of those units can be used for market housing if we do not have people on the wait list, or as Lori said, someone started off in a near market unit and their circumstances changed where they were now in a position to pay market rent. They can then transition into that unit as opposed to having to move out.
Is that all the questions you had?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
All right, back to you, Mr. Killick.
Thank you. The wealth of information just provided there really helped answer some of the questions I had.
So why don't we go through them though? Because I've got them here.
Yep.
You want to go through them one at a time?
Absolutely. That'd be great. So the question would be, would it be achievable to have the final proposal for the building draft and it's a word I'm looking for here, final agreement of the design of the building size in by Q3 of this year or next year, sorry, 2022? Would 9 months to conclude an agreement as to what was actually going to be built, would that be achievable?
Mr. Goebel, I think most of these questions are going to go to you because the motion that he is wanting to take out was that the chief administrative officer is directed to execute blah, blah, blah. So when you're making this agreement with Homeland is, and you too, Mr. Comrie, between the two of you, I think we'll need you to answer. So is Q3 reasonable for design work?
Yeah, at design and get a final plan as to what exactly is going to be built.
Well, that's a tough question to answer, quite honestly. You know, it depends where this council wants to go with its prioritization and its strategic plan, right? So, I mean, I'm not trying to dodge the answer, but I can't speak for the resources available within the organization until we have that sense of where council wants to go, quite frankly.
I don't know if it would be your resources doing the design work or would it be Homeland?
Well, I believe the council was also asking about contract negotiations and completion and that as well. So, yeah. So I'm, you know, I'll defer to Homeland for timelines on design, but
Okay.
you know, in terms of resourcing from the city administration, it'll really depend on what's on the plate for work for them.
Okay. What are your thoughts, Mr. Comrie?
I think I would definitely agree with Kevin's comments. And the other matter is that this, depending on the outcome of council's decision today, this also has to go back to the Homeland Housing Board for adoption. And then from there, we would put together a project timeline and bring that back to the city and see if those timelines were acceptable. But I think it's really kind of difficult to say, well, at this point, anyhow, I think it's quite difficult to say in 9 months we'll have this milestone and at 12 months will be milestone 2, et cetera. I think it all depends on the content of the agreement, how the agreement is structured, and then ultimately if both council and the Homeland Housing board agrees that this is the path forward and that it aligns with the strategic plan of both the city and of Homeland Housing.
Okay, thank you.
Are you looking for a guarantee in the agreement to this? And
I was hoping that, yes, that the agreement could be structured to really try and help move this forward with Homeland and with council and for St. Albert. That really don't want to, I'm trying to remove barriers and trying to put some hard target that says, boy, we really got to stay focused. to work on this and move it forward. So I was trying to ask the question in a way that we could put some hard targets into the agreement, and I'm kind of getting the sense that that's hard to do. So I'm still struggling of how to put it in an agreement to try and move it forward on a realistic timeline and have resources focused on working on it.
I think I'm going to let Mr. Hilt speak in 2 seconds, but I think what Kevin was when we get together in February to talk about strategic planning, sounds like this is important to you, going to be important to me, probably many of us. If we put this as a top priority, then they'll put the resources behind it.
Yeah.
So, but Kerry, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, through the mayor to council is we can always sit down with Homeland Housing from administration to administration. We can hammer out a draft agreement and bring that back to council. And we'd probably be able to do that within, after the strategic planning session. And basically then that way council will have some assurances. Or the other option is to allow administration to move forward with the agreement as the recommendations basically lay out to you today. There's kind of 2 paths, but it kind of sounds like some members of council may not feel comfortable in that situation. So if council feels put those conditions on administration to come back after they've had those discussions, and Kevin or David can also weigh in on this.
Would it be reasonable then that we tack on to the motion number 2 that comes back to council by a certain date?
Yeah, I would probably look at something after strategic planning, because we'll probably then, have some conversations with Homeland Housing in January. We'll get some further direction from strategic planning, and then we'd be able to probably be, into late Q1, early Q2 with how those discussions and some of those, I guess, benchmarks or timelines would look like at that point.
Okay, Mr. Scoble?
And just supplementary to that, again, based on, as Kerry was saying, if some council members are not comfortable with the path, it would be better to come back to council for approval than being prescriptive now. I mean, there's 6 or 10 things there, and some of those could be no-goes. We don't know at this point, right? So it would be better to leave it open-ended and then come back to council for approval than setting a criteria now that can't be met.
Right.
Yeah.
So Mr. Killick, if you're not comfortable with the way it is right now, would you, if we crafted number 2 to say that the CAO is directed to execute on behalf of the city an agreement, blah, blah, blah. And then it says on terms and conditions satisfactory to the chief administration offer and presented to council by March X of 2022. That would
work.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might look at David to help me craft that. Councillor Jolly wants to jump in here, so.
Yeah, so in terms of that date to bring it back, the Board of Homeland Housing won't discuss this until January 20th, I believe. I'm looking to Raymond. So there would be no discussions between Raymond and administration until after that date. So if you would take it as friendly to have that read, say June 30th, just to report back on progress, that might be kind of a more realistic timeline, just in terms of both City of St. Albert resources and Homeland's got a little bit on their plate right now as well.
That I'm trying to achieve a realistic timeline and you and administration and Homeland would know the kind of the 3-way to arrive at what that would be. So I'm open to those suggestions.
I feel like we're pushing it really far out now, and I think your point was to actually expedite it and remove the barriers. So what do you think is appropriate for timing? Because we're talking about it in January.
Yeah, so we'll be talking about it they'll be talking about it January 20th. We'll be talking about it February 3rd again. That's first to the 3rd strategic planning. We'll probably have to go back. So, we're probably in that Q2 now. So April, May, June. And we'll do the best that we can to bring it back early. However, this is also, working through the homeland housing process as well.
Okay. Oh,
If I
Mr.
may-
Comrie, and then I'll come to you. Okay, Mr. Comrie, then David, then Kevin.
Yeah, so I think, again, where we are in the process right now, I think it's a bit premature because we still have to complete the agreement. And I do think that April, May is, and even going into June is probably the most realistic timeline in looking at resources and all of the background work that needs to be done to bring the agreement to completion or to a point where all parties have agreed upon it.
Okay, so, all right, Mr. Lafleur, go ahead.
I have just, thank you, Your Honor. There's just two things I'd like to bring to council's attention about this. First of all, as you may recall, for a while there, for a few months while my colleague Marta Caulfield was on maternity leave, we had we were covering for her name is Kismet Fung, and Kismet had been with the city of Edmonton and had worked on a number of these agreements. She had a lot of experience. You recall her mentioning to me that in terms of the time to finish off the negotiation, wordsmithing, 6 months to 12 months, really. That was her estimate based on her experience. So I would say, if we were to say, to come back to council with an agreement for council's approval by the end of June, that's an ambitious target. It's not really unrealistic, but it's certainly not too long, right? There's a lot that goes into this, and Mr. Comrie, I'm sure, will agree with that. There are many details that have to be worked out. And that leads to the second thing, the proposed motion that I noticed from Mr. Killick. I know he hasn't read it in yet, but it had a lot of really granular detail in it. And you don't know how that's going to work out. If the more prescriptive you are, I guess the more limitations you put on the city's ability to negotiate, and frankly on homelands as well, when you think about it. So what I would recommend is that if you're not happy with the motion that's there now, if someone were to recommend an amendment saying that, the agreement worked out by the CAO be subject to council approval, and that the administration bring that agreement back to council for such approval not later than June 30th. I think something along those lines would really help.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's why I was asking you to help me come up with the right motion. I don't know if council wants to approve it or just get an update on the agreement. Do you have an opinion on that one, Mr. Lafleur?
Well, the way it stands now, you're basically saying to your CAO, we've stated this is what we want to achieve as a policy, as a public policy for this city. Make it happen. We'll give away the land. You make the deal and make the best deal you can. If council would like to have a little more control over that, now normally you would say, well, is that really in council's lane? But this is a little different. This is a really, really important aspect. This goes to the core of the kind of St. Albert you want to have. I don't have any problem if council wants to, have a little bit more level of oversight over what goes into that agreement. And that's why I'm suggesting that if you say, go out and negotiate CAO, but don't commit us to anything until it's come back to council for approval. I think that makes a lot of sense for this kind of a deal.
All right. Mr. Killick, are you happy with the way this is kind of going?
Yes, I'd certainly like advice from council, the way they've worded it to bring it back. I absolutely don't want to rush it on anybody's part. I want to get it right because it is so important to council strategy, downtown redevelopment, all of those things. I don't want to unduly burden admin with work they can't accomplish. So my objective would be the questions were being asked to try and put some clarity around what was being negotiated so we could get to the right answer as quickly as possible and achieve a very important goal. And I think the way it's been proposed for wording, although I haven't seen it typed up, would would work.
Okay, so clarity and certainty, right? You get some certainty with some of your.
Yeah.
It's 4:25. I'm going to suggest we break for dinner because we have 5 o'clock public hearing. And I don't want to get into wordsmithing a motion right now. I want to give the Ledge team an opportunity to rewrite that second motion. So why don't we reconvene on this after the public hearing? Does that sound good? And then Councillor Jolly, I'll then go to you because you've got the requested motion. Okay, so let's get back in our chairs at 5 o'clock for the public hearing. All right, 5 o'clock. So I will now open the public hearing for bylaw 46, 2021. This is our first public hearing, is it not, of the term? I'm looking at Shelley, but she's not there. So, I mean, I know you, Mr. Killick, Councillor Killick, has watched public hearings before, but just for clarity, I'm going to go through the steps in kind of a slower order. So the first thing I need to ask is, does any councillor wish to declare a pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest with respect to this public hearing? I see no hands up. Okay, so we're going to follow this process that's laid out in our procedure bylaw. We're first going to hear from our administration, and then I believe the applicant is wanting to speak. I see Blade in here. So we'll go to them next, and then we'll go to the public, but we have no registered speakers from the public. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. So the applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will have up to 5. When everyone has concluded their submissions and all of council's questions have been asked, I'll look to one of you for a motion to close the public hearing. So let's hear from the applicant first, or sorry, from the administration first. So who is doing this one? Got it here.
It's Sajid.
Sajid, are you doing this one? Okay.
Certainly, Madam Mayor.
Okay, let's, why don't you kick it off with your presentation, and then we'll open up for questions.
Sure, thank you. Just going to share my screen here, and we'll get started. Can everybody see?
We sure can.
Perfect. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Sajid Safat. I'm a planner with Planning and Development. And today I'm here to present to you the 4th Amendment to the Riverside Area Structure Plan. This Area Structure Plan Amendment application was made by Select Engineering on behalf of Genstar Title Co. Limited. This application proposes to the city to amend the Riverside Area Structure Plan to reduce the size of a stormwater management facility, a corresponding increase in Sorry, am I just hearing an echo?
We're not hearing it here. It sounds fine here.
Can I continue? Sorry.
Yes, yeah, go ahead. We're not hearing any echo, so go ahead.
It's very odd. I'm hearing the repeat of the mayor opening statements. Okay, I'm gonna continue. I apologize.
Do you have the YouTube
Yeah.
channel open on at your house?
You
Is that
probably
what's
do.
happening?
Yeah, if you've got YouTube open, you should shut that. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I apologize.
It's all good.
Okay, can I continue? So this ASP amendment application was made by Select Engineering on behalf of Genstar Title Co. Limited. This applicant proposes to the city to amend the Riverside ASP to reduce the size of a stormwater management facility, corresponding increase in residential lots, and the addition of laneways, a slight increase in the size of a park within the amendment area. The Riverside neighborhood is an existing neighborhood located in the southwest of St. Albert, as shown in the gray map. This application was reviewed under the city's new municipal development plan called Flourish, which was adopted on April 19th, 2021. The designation of this area on Flourish is neighborhoods. The proposed ASB amendment conforms to the MDP designation, and no changes to the MDP designation are being proposed through this application. This map shows the existing and proposed changes in layout and land uses. The amendment area is shown in the black circle to the top of the map, located north of McKinney Avenue. The inset map to the bottom right shows the proposed changes in red. The changes include reduction in the size of stormwater management facility that is located north of McKinney Avenue to the west of the ASB area, a corresponding increase of 9 residential lots, the addition of laneways within the amendment area, and a slight increase in the size of a park within the amendment area. Select Engineering has provided a letter stating that the reduction in stormwater management facility will not limit the development of approved densities within the Riverside Area Structure Plan. The proposed ASB amendment was circulated for comments to property owners within a 100-meter radius of the subject amendment area between March 10th and April 1st, 2021. 2 pieces of public correspondence was received after the comment deadline and after the agenda report to council was finalized. With that, the recommendation is to approve bylaw 46, 2021 as presented. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to kick us off because we did get, there was 2 that were part of our agenda package, 2 letters from the public, and then we actually received at least 2 on the weekend, I think, or 1 for sure. The biggest concern was about the reduction in the size of the storm pond, and really actually I should turn my camera on, sorry. Legitimate concerns about how we calculate the amount of water that we need to be holding in a storm pond, and concerns around climate change, I guess is easiest way to say it. So, and municipalities across Alberta are actually talking about sizing storm infrastructure larger than we have in the past because of increased weather. And of course, there's also the new provincial rules that a municipality is going to be needing to pay for 10% of insurance claims on these kind of severe weather. So my question to you is, and I'm going to ask the same thing to the applicant, give me some confidence that the reduction in size, I don't know if the storm pond is going to be deeper or how is it engineered to actually accommodate more water, or is it being calculated to capture the same water that we would have predicted in the last 50 years and not accommodating for climate change? I think you know what I'm trying to say, Christina and Sajid. So help me out there.
Yeah, we've brought Regan in to talk about that because he is our engineering expert and reviewed it. So Regan, if you don't mind answering those questions.
The chair to council. So my understanding is this actually isn't a reduction in the size of the stormwater pond. It's a reduction in the size of the land needed for the stormwater pond. The stormwater pond itself is going to meet the standard. It's no different than the other stormwater ponds. They're designed to meet our engineering standards, and there's a number of conservative factors that we build in, like a 1/2 meter of freeboard above the high water level. We designed to a 1 in 100 year storm event, which is historically we've designed to a 1978 event that occurred at the Edmonton Municipal Airport, which was 136 millimeters in a 20-hour period, which is it's actually quite comparable to what they've been seeing in BC this summer. It was a very significant storm event that resulted in a lot of flooding in the Edmonton area. Our new standards are based on some studies that were done between EPCOR and the University of Alberta. So that's a new standard that we just recently adopted. And it's a slightly higher number, 139 millimeters, but it's over a 24-hour period. So that's what the new standard is going to be. This stormwater pond was designed to meet the previous standard, but it also had an 8% buffer. So we're confident that this stormwater pond will meet both the old standard and the new standard with some additional conservatism. And stormwater management ponds, I mean, they're not designed actually to provide a benefit to upstream customers. It's actually the downstream customers. So if you're below the stormwater pond, and it's actually meant to protect the river. And stormwater management ponds work in conjunction with the pipes as well. So the stormwater pipe leaving the stormwater pond is actually a more critical piece of infrastructure than the stormwater pond itself. But we try to design to 2.5 liters per second per hectare. That's been the target, I think, since since 2004 with the Big Lake Basin study. That was something that area municipalities, all the municipalities along the Sturgeon River decided that was what we would try and target as the pre-development level. So we're trying to target post-development to match pre-development. So we're trying to match that 2.5 liters per second. And that's what this stormwater management pond is designed to accomplish.
That was a very, very good answer.
Okay.
You know, a conversation for going forward and not today, but maybe we should be, is the conversation about maybe the 1 in 200 year storms instead of 1 in 100. But yeah, that's climate stuff. Okay. Mr. Killick has a question.
So just so I'm clear, this would be the reduction of the green space around the stormwater pond. It's kind of misleading when we show them on the maps. That's all blue and people think that's water, but actually the pond is actually quite a bit smaller than that total area. So this would just be the reduction of 9 lots of the green space around the pond.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, that's correct. And we initially had some concerns with this application as well, noting that there was also a trail that was running adjacent to the pond. And, you know, we calculated the amount of area and compared it to some of our existing ponds and what the footprint that is needed. And we actually asked for a conceptual plan from the developer to prove to us that they could fit a stormwater management pond that they were proposing and they've actually got an 8% buffer on it along with the trail. And what they're actually doing is they're running the trail within the pond itself. So not below the normal water level, but they're running it below the high water level. And that's allowed within the standards as long as it's above the 1 in 25 year storm event. So, you know, 4 times a century that trail will be underwater as it's expected. And but for the most part, that trail is going to be a shared recreational use with the public utility, which is the main purpose of what the stormwater management pond is meant for.
Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Hughes or Councillor Urbanski, do you have any questions for administration? Seeing none.
I have one.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Urbanski, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you through the mayor. I just wanted to know in the 100 meter radius for, you know, of the area, how many homes did you actually send out to? Because a lot of it's not developed yet.
That is correct through you, Madam Mayor. It is, there's a lot of vacant lands and they're not subject to subdivision. So there aren't very many people in the 100 meter radius. I can look into the exact number for you, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
So the people that are already purchased lots there, would they be expecting something different than what you're proposing, or would they have been promised that?
ASP amendments happen every now and then. It's something that's developer led. So we have done 2 ASP amendments in Riverside alone in the last 2 years. So every time an application comes in, it would be reviewed based on the city standards, and then it would be in front of council to make a decision. In terms of the change itself, again, it would be determined by council. So people could move in and things could change, but all the decisions are happening through council.
Okay, and how many areas do you have following?
I don't understand, sorry.
Your development's following this one. Will you be asking for changes in the next area as well and so on?
Councilor Bermansky, Sajid works for the city of St. Albert. We'll get to the applicant after.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think I see no more questions for our administrative team. We'll now go to Bladen, or we'll go to the applicant. Oh, Wes, sorry. You could just throw something at me. Go ahead, Councilor Broadhead. To protect me.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. So in the redesign of the stormwater pond, so one of the things that I love about how St. Albert defines what an appropriate stormwater pond is that it really adds to the aesthetic of the area, but it's also safe, right? Explain how this manages to meet those two kind of standards with the reduction in the collar, if you will. I'm assuming it doesn't compromise it, but so how much collar are we talking here?
So I'll try to answer that through Mayor Herron, and Regan, please feel free to jump in. But as Regan previously stated, this does meet our engineering standards, and those are the standards that we use to ensure that we have safe and consistent development throughout St. Albert. So perhaps Regan, you've got some just additional details regarding that?
Through the chair, there's nothing that's being compromised other than the trail being within the footprint of the stormwater pond itself. So, and it's above the 1 in 25 year, which meets the standards. So in every way, this stormwater pond is adhering to our municipal standards.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Councillor Broadhead. All right, now we will go, excuse me, to the applicants. I see both Bladen and Shane here. Nice to see you both. Do you have a presentation or are you here just for questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have just a short presentation. I'll just share my screen.
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay, and so yeah, Shane will say a few words, but yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I'm with Select, as you know, and welcome to the 2 new councillors.
We're still not seeing your
Oh, you don't see it? Sorry. Okay. Is that better?
I see Bladen. It started. There we go. Yes, now we can see it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Perfect. Mayor Herron, members of council and administration, thank you for the opportunity to speak to tonight's amendment. For those new to council, Genstar has been building communities in St. Albert for over 50 years. We take a lot of pride in St. Albert and the communities that we create. We are very proud of our legacy that exists within neighborhoods of Deer Ridge, Dorchester, Lacombe Park Estates, Northridge, a portion of Mission Ridge, and now Riverside. Riverside is Genstar's largest land holdings in the entire company. That says a lot as Genstar is active in Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, San Diego, LA, Atlanta, and the greater Atlanta area. Riverside has roughly 400 acres of undeveloped land left, which would translate into 25 to 30 years worth of development. ASPs are a guideline of what the community will look like, determines where the lakes, schools, parks, and roads will be going, shows roughly how the blocks of single-family development are configured, and the location of multi and commercial parcels. Today's amendment is occurring as a result of detailed engineering. The engineers have run their calculations and determined the exact size that the storm pond needs to be based on storage calculations. On that note, we essentially have 2 separate authorities approving our storm ponds, Alberta Environment and the City of St. Albert. To be clear, our calculations for storm capacity is conforming with both approval authorities. Graphically, the storm pond doesn't need to be as large as it's shown on the plan, and that's why we are here today. With tonight's approval of the ASP, Genstar will be able to move forward with submitting engineering plans and ensure that our 2022 development plans will be constructed without delay. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd like to pass the screen over to Bladen to speak to some of the highlights of our plan.
Gotta find the unmute button there. Thank you, Shane. Yeah, I mean, you can see the major difference here is the storm pond changing from what's approved, getting shorter and allowing this extra block of houses. There's some minor changes over in this area, but no changes to land use. They're all just local road sort of refinements. And the reason the pond has changed is throughout, as we've started in development in the east and moved our way west. Now we've moved up north of McKinney, and further detailed design has revealed that we could build a smaller area for the pond and still achieve the drainage capacities. So as Shane said, it is built in accordance with all the standards of the city and Alberta environment, and it creates a more efficient layout for the neighborhood, which is in line with what EMRB, the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, requires. It's allowing for more efficient use of the land and additional people to come and live in the neighborhood and enjoy St. Albert. And I think that ends our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you both. I'll open it up to questions. Wow. No. Councillor Mackay has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Bladen. Thanks, Shane. I appreciate the graphic. So just picking up on your last comments, this is just basically now you've looked at the area and you've taken it, have you taken it like advantage of some of the changes that we brought into the land use around having like a lane product and the like, and you can fit that into that? So what type of product would we be looking at? Like, do you know that yet, Shane?
Yes, we would be looking at adding additional lane product. The area wasn't terribly conducive for lane product prior to this change, so we were actually able to pick up an area that made a lot of sense to move forward with some lane product. And then, of course, within this plan, there's also a little bit of a shuffle on some of the blocks and the configuration of that. But yes, we are taking advantage of the fact that we can now build lanes, whereas previously we weren't really showing that at this location.
So the backgrounder and I believe administration's presentation have you adding 9 new lots. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. It's based on the area, 24 units per hectare. It results in 9 additional lots in the statistics. It would depend on the size of those lots, whether it's 9 or there may, could be additional lots when the subdivision comes in, but we haven't submitted that subdivision yet.
All right, thanks. Shane, can you refresh my memory in relation to the last amendment that we put through and the berm and all that? How's construction moving forward on that, or is that going to be part of 2022's construction or later?
Sorry, are you talking the berm adjacent to the rail that's flanking Lacombe Park Estates?
Yeah, I'm exactly.
Yeah. So we're going to commence with the berm construction next summer. We were trying to get it done this fall, but timing just didn't quite work out the way that we were hoping it was going to. So the intent is to get out there probably around June is when we would start with the grading program adjacent to that area. And so we would be starting from the existing storm pond and working probably about 300 meters to the west. And then, so that essentially will cover the area where we had the tree removal. If that makes sense.
Appreciate the additional information. Thanks. So, maybe I should have asked this administration, but Bladen, you would know this. So when would you submit your actual final diagram or drawings in relation to the stormwater facility. So I'm just picking up on some of the earlier questions around capacity, around the ability that the fact that you're going to incorporate some of the trail into the stormwater and all that. I mean, obviously we're looking at a very rough depiction of the final product, but I mean, you know, it looks like the houses are the new lots that we're approving are fairly close to the stormwater pond. So, I mean, when does that all have to be submitted?
With the associated subdivision of that storm pond and that when it's required for the drainage, that's all submitted to the city at the same time as the subdivision in order to allow for registration.
Okay, I just was more curious. I mean, because this is really high level, 50,000 foot level, and I mean, it could be still subject to some, I guess, geographic changes. I mean, it doesn't have to be an exact interpretation of what you've got here, correct?
It would be very close on the land use portion, but yes, it like as was mentioned earlier, just because it's blue doesn't mean that's all water. There's slopes that go down. It would be grass, you know, around the edges, and all those details are determined through the engineering design. There is a trail shown on this plan, so there would be a trail in general alignment with that that connects up to the future school site.
All right, appreciate it. I was just trying to get clarity for anybody else listening. Thanks.
All right. Wes, do you have a request to motion? Ready to close the public hearing already? Just give me 1 sec, because this would be, I see no more questions for proponents. So this would be the time I'd go to the public. So I just wanted to make sure it was heard earlier that other than the ones that were in the agenda package, we did receive 2 emailed messages over the weekend. And I need to read out that these submissions were received. You guys got both of them? I'm looking at Ledge. Okay, I think I forwarded them so they would be included in the public record. But of these submissions, both were opposed to the development. All right, go ahead, Councillor Broadhead. Unless there's any more questions for administration. I want to make sure we've exhausted all questions. All right, I'm seeing none. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that public hearing on bylaw 46/2021 be closed.
All right, I'll call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. All right. Does anyone want to put second reading on the floor?
Want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'd love it. Thanks.
Okay. That bylaw 46/2021 be an amendment 4 to the Riverside Area Structure Plan be read a second time.
All right, any comments?
Madam Mayor, you know, we did receive the voices in opposition. I think the questions that were asked of administration and the proponent tonight investigated the comments that we received. To my satisfaction, at least, I believe that that administration and our engineering team were on top of the question around the size of the stormwater and whether or not the stormwater management facility and whether or not it would stand the storms of the future. And now, in terms of the process, this is the 4th amendment to area structure plan for Riverside, and I suspect we'll receive a number more in the future before it is built out. And this is a normal way of dealing with the development of area structure plans. So it's not unusual that we would have received 4 amendments to this date. So.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments on this second reading? I always would rely on Councillor Watkins to give us the order of.
I'm sitting in
way
his
things
chair,
happen.
but I'm sitting in his chair.
Now I'm looking to you, Wes, the new development planner on our council, the expert. You're sitting in his chair. All right, seeing nothing else on second reading, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right, Councillor Broadhead, third reading.
That bylaw 46/2021 be read a third time.
Excellent. Anything else?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Great. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. All right. That's it for that one. We are now back to the land matter. Sorry. Thank you, Blade and Shane, for coming. Looking forward to seeing the next stage. Okay,
Thank
back
you so
to
much. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, so we're back to St. Thomas Street. Is there any more questions? We were emailed a proposed change to motion number 2, which I haven't seen yet. And Councillor Jolly, you had pushed your button to make the motion, so I see no hands up. I see no one here, so go ahead.
So that an exception to the requirement to dispose of city-owned land at market value is set out in Land Transaction Policy CED 03 be approved for disposition of city-owned land at 22 St. Thomas Street. That the CAO is directed to execute on behalf of the city an agreement with Homeland Housing for the sale of the land at 22 St. Thomas Street for nominal consideration for the purpose of building and operating a mixed income, mixed residential and commercial development on the site with a minimum term of 30 years for the non-market housing units within the development, and otherwise upon terms and conditions satisfactory to the CAO, subject to council approval, and that administration bring the agreement back to council no later than June 30th, 2022, and that the market value of the said land be deemed the city's equivalent monetary contribution towards the non-market housing component of the intended development. And I'm assuming Ledge will need a second to update that second one. Okay.
All right. I accept that motion and go into your opening comments.
Thank you. I want to start it with thank yous. First of all, for, I think it was over 3 years ago that council sat down and decided that this was a priority. It was Councillor Watkins who decided to be the champion for this project. So thanks to him for doing that. And administration has been working on this for 3 years. Homeland Housing has been at the table for almost as long, and the other 3 applicants. I'm also very thankful for them putting their hands up to see what they could do at the site. I think it really shows that affordable housing is a product that's valued in St. Albert. We saw that through the election. We see that through our public engagement. We saw that through our budget consultation sessions. So I'm pleased that we are moving forward with developing quite a few affordable housing units in downtown. That's all I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on this one? Councillor Killick, go ahead.
I'd like to thank administration for bearing with me and answering the questions, and appreciate all the answers. And as I said in my other comments about making there's no rush to, but you want to get it right. So I appreciate all the input to help us do that and come back to council. And it'll be a great improvement to see that land downtown finally developed, especially for affordable housing. It'll be a great long-term asset for St. Albert. So I'm very pleased to see this moving forward.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I want to thank Homeland Housing for coming today. I know that Councillor Jolly is our rep, but it's just great to have the chair here to answer all those type of questions as well. And I'm confident about this because we've already had a long-time relationship with Homeland Housing. They've already had many buildings they've already built with us in other municipalities. We know what their quality is. And so with that, it's much easier to form a relationship of trust moving forward on this. So I'm comfortable with this as our partner. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes forward. And they understand the different ramifications of coming with different types of build types, all that sort of thing. And their intention is to build affordable housing en masse, which it has its pluses and minuses. Often they want it, it's recommended to have it more scattered, but that's not how homeland housing works. So, so that being said, I think they're going to try to mitigate any of those types of issues the best they can. So I'm looking forward to seeing this partnership materialize. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Councillor McKay.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I mean, all of the comments have been said. And thanks, Councillor Jolly, for identifying Councillor Watkins and some of his ideas and leadership in pushing council on identifying this. When I mean, we have to remember that when this went out to the market, it didn't come back with any bites. So it was a great idea to just then offer it for affordable housing. And this really ticks off two of our big strategic priorities, affordable housing. It also deals with economic development and also really starts to push forward some initiatives around the downtown area revitalization, because having a development like this in our downtown will only improve our downtown businesses. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat either because you guys said it all. I'm excited about this, but I'm kind of excited too for Homeland Housing to start branching away from just providing housing to seniors populations. I think they've been talking since Councillor Broadhead was on the board about expanding their mandate or their focus, and this will be one of the first buildings. Is Morinville? Yeah. It's the first one in St. Albert then. To focus on all demographics, which is something I'm excited to see. So Councillor Jolly to close.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up on a word used by Councillor Hughes, and that's partnerships. And I would echo that I'm excited about this partnership. Mr. Cormy, in you and in the Homeland Board, we've got incredible partners to get this built in St. Albert. And that is exciting. And poor Mr. Dooley will probably get mad at me, but I'm also delighted that affordable housing is a priority of the federal and provincial governments. So I look forward to having them as partners on this project as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. Awesome. That was 2 years in the making, at least 3. Yep. Somebody send Councillor Watkins a text. He'll be happy.
He's in California.
Okay. Moving on to the agenda. 8.6, provincial government engagement strategy was on consent. The motion was that council approve the 2021-22 advocacy priorities as presented as an attachment 1 to this report, and direct administration to action all items therein. That's kind of our interim engagement plan until we actually sit down and do our own strategic planning in February. So that is provided for the public's information. And then 9.1 was a first reading for bylaw 56, which is a redistricting for Jensen Lakes. It's the 13th redistricting. I was going to, and I forgot it upstairs, just for Councillor Killick and Councillor Bermansky's information. There's always a question about how you should vote on first reading. And in the past, people have maybe pulled it off of consent to vote against it, but Mr. LaFleur has given us some pretty clear direction, and I printed it off and I was going to read it. Anyway, the intent of first reading is only to set a public hearing date, get it on the floor. To vote against first reading is inappropriate because it essentially denies the public an opportunity to comment. So thank you for not pulling it off consent. Are we on to 9.2, master rates? That's it. All right. Is there a presentation on this one? I've got Adrian.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So there's no formal presentation. Unfortunately, this is it's just to clean up a clerical kind of error, and then to add a master rate that we didn't get finished in time for the September 21 updates to the master rates bylaw. So yeah, as noted in the staff report, administration is requesting those two amendments. One is to Schedule G of the master rates bylaw for planning fees to ensure that the condominium plan examination approval fees align with the Alberta condominium property regulation. So the recently approved fee was $42 per unit, and the condo property regulation limits that fee to $40 per unit. It's just something that was overlooked during budget prep. And then the second is amendments to Schedule A building permit fees to enable the city to charge fees for fire services. Fire services estimates that the city currently provides about ballpark a minimum of $35,000 a year in uncompensated services. And administration is asking for an approval of a $50 per residential unit or 3.25% surcharge for non-residential building permit applications up to a maximum of $10,000 on that surcharge in order to recover costs for the currently uncompensated services that exist. And I just also need to note that while I was reviewing the agenda item today, I noticed that the effective date on the bylaw provided to council was written in one place in the bylaw as January 1, 2021. That needs to be corrected to January 1, 2022, and I apologize for that. And that's the extent of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available, and I believe Chief Cook is also available for the fire services portion.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. So we're changing what's in front of us. The date, the effective date, is that what you're saying, Adrian?
All right, yeah, under line number 5 on the master rates bylaw, the actual bylaw itself, I had added it as effective January 1, 2021, and it should be January 1, 2022. The rest of the bylaw refers to 22 effective.
I see that. Okay, number 5. All right, so when we do this, we'll have to have it as amended. Okay. All right, Councillor Killick has a question.
Very simple. What is actually provided by the $50 fire service fee? Is that an inspection, or what is, could you elaborate a little bit, please?
Adrian, I'd be happy to answer that.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through your worship, the $50 on residential, that has to do with the amount of work and time that's put in by our fire prevention officers when reviewing area structure plans and designs. Often the plans are circulated through many departments, which takes time as our fire prevention officers need to review those plans, provide recommendations or adjustments that better meet the safety and requirements of not only the Alberta Safety Code Act, but also too for our residents. Further to that too is answering questions from developers should they ask or come back with wanting to amend their initial development. So it's to cover off the time that our fire safety codes officers, our fire prevention officers, excuse me, spend reviewing area development plans and structure plans.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
It just spurred a question, Chief. So this isn't going out to existing condos and buildings and providing service? So this is only new development?
Thank you for the question. I may turn to Adrian to just help me with this one a little bit. I understand we have not had this rate in the past. This has come forward as a part of a review that was done to address the services provided and by the fire service and our opportunities to recover those costs that we're currently providing. I understand this to be on all new development. There are 2 fees, one residential, one non-residential. And again, looking for Adrian to confirm this, but the non-residential would be for condominiums as well as business and commercial developments.
Yeah, so it would be this, Councillor Mackay, this would be for new development only. It's not going back and collecting anything in the past. So the per unit basis would be for the residential component. So if, we would apply that to condominiums. For the non-residential side, that would be commercial industrial type of buildings.
Right, so we're not tacking on $50 per existing condo unit then.
It's not for things that have already been, received their building permit and either built or under construction. This is strictly for new construction, new building permits within the city.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
All right, I see no more questions. Does anyone want to put first reading on the, Councillor Hughes? Oh, she just went in. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I thought of a question just as you were saying that. So have we talked to UDI, and have we also considered the comparisons between other communities? Like, is Edmonton and other communities charging this additional $50 per residential and 3.25 surcharge? Or are we standing out alone on this one?
Chief Cook, do you want me to touch on that one?
If you could, yes.
Sure. So yeah, so working with fire services did a review of a number of comparator communities. I think we were actually one of the standouts for not charging for a fire services fee. So a lot of the other municipalities are already collecting on this service, and we're one of the last ones that we saw anyway in the neighboring communities.
Okay, thank you. So we're catching up. Thank you.
We are trying to catch up, yes.
Okay, Councillor Hughes, since you have the mic, do you want to do first reading?
So just give me 1 second here. That bylaw 57/2021 being a bylaw to amend master rates and bylaw fees be read a first time.
Now, do we need the as amended there? Turn your mic, please.
It can go at second reading.
At second reading? Okay. All right. Any comments, Councillor Hughes?
This is pretty straightforward. I think it's beneficial to the condos, and if everyone else is already charging this fee and we're missing it, then it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to stay behind.
All right. Seeing no one else wanting to speak, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Councillor Hughes, if you're inclined, do you want to keep going?
Sure. That bylaw 57/2021 being a bylaw to amend master rates and bylaw fees be read a second time.
As amended.
As amended.
Yes, and so the amendment you'll find on page 143 of your package, just changing the date. All right. Call for the vote. Voting is closed, and that is unanimous. Anyone want to do unanimous consent? Councillor Jolly, go ahead. Thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 57/2021.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. That's unanimous. So we have consent to go into third reading. Councillor Hughes, back to you.
That bylaw 57/2021 being a bylaw to amend master rates and bylaw fees as amended be read a third and final time.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right. That was easy. Next on our agenda is emergent items. We have none. The Q3 report was on consent. So we're now on to council motions, and the first one up is Councillor Jolly's motion on parental leave. I'll get you to read it in.
So I'm just waiting for it to come on onto the screen here. That the CAO bring forward proposed bylaw amendments enabling parental leave for council members subsequent to the coming into force of provincial legislative amendments to the MGA enabling this benefit.
All right, before I accept your motion, is there anyone who has any questions of Councillor Jolly or of administration? Wow, seeing none, except, oh,
I just referring to something actually, and I don't know who to direct this to. It's in the actual makeup of the bylaw, number 12, section 12. And I just want to make sure it's clear, and I may be clearer later on in response. But it says if a counselor's written commitment contemplates another counselor performing certain tasks and duties during the parental leave, the written commitment must also be signed by the other counselor to confirm the other counselors. And I'm just wondering, is that mayor as well, or should we include the mayor in that, like as for notification purposes, or how does that work? Like, I mean, I'm just confused.
What page you on?
I'm on page 350 of the package. It's subsection 12. I'm just wondering, or is that captured further down in something else and on the actual bylaw? I don't know if administration.
Yeah, we'll refer to Mr. LaFleur.
Yeah, give me, if you would, through the chair to Councillor Kai, if you give me a moment to find it. These are large packages when you're handling an elect.
Mayor?
I just want to make sure it's clear, but I'm not sure what the intent of the actual section is.
Go ahead.
So this motion, all this would do is send that bylaw, I think, to committee to do that kind of change. So I would just suggest that we do it at that time, if this passes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I can accept that. If that's just to move it on to the remuneration committee. Mr. Flora, I mean, that's fine. I was just looking at what was there, and I don't want to wordsmith it here. If it's up to another committee's responsibility to do that and bring it back, that's fine with me.
It's not the remuneration committee. If you look at the very first page, Councillor McKay, it says we can either bring this back to council or first to committee. I would say we should take it to probably the CGI committee.
Yep, or CGI or
Yeah,
CO. Yeah, whatever. One of the committees. I don't want to wordsmith it, but that's the intent of them.
Okay, so don't worry about it, Mr. LaFleur. We'll talk about it when it gets to committee. All right, so I'll accept the motion and I'll let you have your opening comments. Councillor Jolly.
So the MGA changed a few years ago to allow parental leave for municipal officials. And in response to kind of the announcement of that change, then Councillor Osborne brought forward a motion that might be identical to the one that's before us right now. That passed unanimously. So Councillor Hughes, Councillor Broadhead, and Mayor Herron, you've already voted for this. Unfortunately, last term with COVID, things got a little bit exciting, and it dropped off of our plate. And this is just to move it forward again, so that this bylaw can be reviewed by committee and go through that process. I'd also comment that bylaws like this have already been approved all over Alberta. So Edmonton, Sturgeon County, Lacombe, Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, Sylvan Lake, lots of municipalities. So we're late to the game, but we're getting there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments on this? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that's unanimous. So Mr. Scobler, Mr. Hiltz will put this agenda planning. We'll figure out a time to slot it and we'll send it to CGI. Is that okay? All right, that one's done. That was fast. Thanks. Now we're on to the second councillor motion of the night, notice to withdraw from Edmonton Global. Councillor Hughes, I will get you to read it into the record. I noticed you sent in some slightly different wording. Is that the one you want to read in?
So it is that the City of St. Albert provide notice that it is withdrawing from the Edmonton Global, and an updated report on Edmonton Global results are provided to council to reconsider the decision in Q4 of 2022.
All right, before I accept that, is there any questions of either Councillor Hughes or administration? Seeing none, I accept your motion. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I understand the people who came forward today, and I appreciate Edmonton Global coming and explaining their situation and the benefits they can provide to the region. But there is a 2-year clause to get out with the option to change your decision right up to the very last minute. And all you have to do is pay the difference in the dues between what it is now and what it is later. So what we have seen in the past 3 years, and I understand that it's a new organization, is that we have, between 2017 and now, donated more than, or not donated, but invested $500,000 towards this organization. And to date, our direct tax return, or ROI, has been zero. So we can say that there's the direct benefits have been zero. And probably the most the indirect benefits we would have received had we been part of it or not. So what I would like is for Edmonton Global to understand that we want to see direct benefits in addition to indirect benefits. And that in the event that the situation changes in the next year to 2 years, that we'll withdraw our notice and continue along. But I think that we need to put a standard in here that it's not just about feeling good about being part of the region. It needs to be a standard that we want to see actual benefits come to St. Albert, new development come to St. Albert, and return on our investment. Because if we're putting in $230,000 as of next year, 238, and probably climbing, as of next year moving forward, we should be able to tell to our taxpayers that this is not just about being part of the region, but rather that we are able to recoup some of these expenses and start seeing money coming back to us. All of the investments that have happened to date have happened really in Edmonton or south of Edmonton, but nowhere near us. And so I'm looking forward to seeing it come back to St. Albert, having the focus go north of Edmonton. And now that we have the Lakeside development area, seeing that we have that kind of renewed interest and perhaps seeing a different rate of attention to helping us develop our community and help offset our tax bases. But what I don't feel comfortable with is waiting 2 more years and then deciding if it's worth getting out, because then you're really making a 4-year commitment. And 4 years is $1 million coming in. And I think that what I would like to do is give ourselves the option of having, because of the 2-year opt-out requirement, giving ourselves the option to come back and giving an opportunity for Global to show their value directly to St. Albert, and then deciding next year if we want to delay it by a year or we want to go full on in, or deciding again the following year whether or not we want to make a change in our plans. But to me, this is about putting Edmonton Global on notice that it's not just enough to be an indirect benefit as a major contributor, that we want to see direct benefits as well, and that they have 2 years to be able to show us their value in a direct fashion. So that's what that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I don't know how I'm going to vote on this one yet. So I look forward to comments that come after mine. I believe in regional collaboration when it comes to economic development. And Councillor Hughes, I'm not as concerned with very quick evidence of direct economic benefit, but I am very concerned with ensuring that we have a relationship with Edmonton Global that has us see the type of information that is going to be public, hopefully next month, it sounds like. And so on that note, I look forward to hearing the comments of my colleagues because this is a struggle for me. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly appreciate the intent behind the motion. Edmonton Global needs to be very forthright and articulate about how it's bringing value to the region. However, direct investment in St. Albert is as much a consequence of what we have available to be invested in, read developed land, than it has to do with Edmonton Global pursuing global economic opportunities for the region. I think it goes hand in glove here that St. Albert and do its work to provide service land that is available for economic development for outside people to come. And in the absence of that, it's hard to hold Edmonton Global accountable for bringing direct investment to St. Albert when there's nothing to invest in. Hence, I think it's very incumbent upon St. Albert to develop its value proposition. We have a value proposition. People want to come to St. Albert, and we can see that by what happened when we developed and serviced where Uline is today. And there's not much left there to develop. It's all gone. And so now we need to move forward on the Lakeview Business District. But if we choose not to do that, or if it takes 10 years for that to happen, it would be hard to be a regional player if we don't do that. So I understand you're wanting to hold Edmonton Global's feet to the fire in terms of bringing direct investment here. But I think there's a requisite requirement on our part to make sure that Edmonton Global has something to promote for Edmonton. So I think to make a motion to pull out would be I just think it's premature. I think we definitely need to encourage them to be forthright in developing a holistic program of ensuring that all 14 members in the region understand the value that Edmonton Global brings. But to pull out, I don't think is signaling the right message to the region. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Hughes. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think it's an important conversation to have at any point. I understand the concerns regarding the possible loss of some of our capacity to attract business unilaterally, or perhaps the argument that we're just adding another layer of bureaucracy, or even the loss of autonomy to exercise some of our homegrown economic development strategies that are built on our individual strengths and identities. But the reality is, and particularly after coming off of 21 months of a global pandemic, that currently successful economies are organized on a regional basis. And we are all in a world where people routinely commute or connect virtually between their communities for work or education, shopping, recreation, entertainment, and more our citizens, and we heard a prominent citizen speak directly to council, that not only think regionally, they live regionally. We belong to a larger geographic area and see our local community and the community we interact with as part of a greater whole. And boundaries are becoming less relevant in daily lives, and most of our residents will expect collaboration from their various levels of governments, local and government included. But I just think that due to the increasing competitive global economy that we are now living in, and I said this prior, we're not competing any longer with our smaller regional neighbors. We're competing globally. We're competing with other large regional communities who are already adopted this idea and are moving forward and will soon leave us behind. And as was presented, by Global, I mean, they don't think of it as Edmonton because a lot of people don't even know where Alberta is on the map, but they want to know what a value proposition is. And I think efforts of our smaller urban areas like ourselves, we have to be able to engage effectively in attracting, retaining, and expanding business. And that demand on our level of skill and resources and marketing is just not achievable using what we currently have. So I think retreating back to a splintered approach will just provide slower and uncertain results with less value compared to more integration of business development efforts and opportunities that we can achieve under a coordinated regional effort. And yes, we may not be seeing immediate results, but I think with some of the strategies that we have heard and some of the opportunities that are out there and some of the opportunities that we have as a community, we will start to see some of those results. And again, we may not see them above the surface right away, like they may not be tangible results, but our residents are either impacted not only because they live in our community, but because they work regionally. So again, I appreciate the intent, but I think that we can accomplish, even by just having this conversation, I think we've raised the awareness of Edmonton Global. And I just don't think that we need to actually put a kind of a time limit on our involvement at this particular time. But I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Bermansky.
I'm rather torn in this discussion as well. And in the meeting, with Global, I wasn't sold that they're the first people connecting to these opportunities. I see that they follow up and they, again, try and reinforce things that have already been found. But I think it's not a decision of they're the only group that we have to say yes or no to. And I don't really understand why they have the 2-year clause. Like if they were a group that everyone would want to be invested in, why would they hold you back on that 2-year clause? Sort of like a club or something, or a benefit, right? And then the other thing is they're working with more. I know they're doing things in Dubai, things in China, like worldwide kind of things. But I think their focus, when they were explaining it to me, they don't have a visual of what St. Albert, what would benefit St. Albert. Like some of the things that they mentioned to me were, just really strange ideas for the city kind of thing. So again, I'm torn because the collaboration is good there, but without voting against this now, we're committing to 4 years with them, with their 2-year clause. And I think that having the fact that we could get back into the group would, and deciding to go that direction would encourage them to be better focused in helping those other regions, because there are some outlying areas of Edmonton that have, removed themselves from Global as well. So I'm just not sold that they're the group, the connectors, when there's so many other choices at this particular time. So that's just my input. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, I was going to say one left. Councillor Killick, go ahead.
When I first listened to this subject, I felt there was all these layers of duplication and overlap. We have our own city economic development team. We have a new group that I just heard of today, the Alberta Enterprise Group. We have the Chamber, which interestingly supports Edmonton Global. We recently saw the Alberta government announce that they're opening trade missions in Chicago, Denver, and Seattle. And so I was getting the sense that there's all this overlap. But what I heard tonight was that Edmonton Global is going to take a very targeted approach to go out to very specific potential investors rather than kind of take a shotgun approach. So I think that's a good way to look at it. And if we can get some spin-off benefits of that will be great. If we can get our development land ready to go, that will be great. But I'm looking at it at a much longer term position as well, that we may have to invest another year or two before we see that long-term investment by any single business coming to St. Albert. And as long as we stay the course, and we can reap the rewards in the future. This is a long-term investment, and to attract big businesses is a long-term strategy, and we need to be part of that going forward, I think.
All right. I guess, sorry, just to address some of the comments I've heard about duplication of different agencies doing the same thing. it's actually not such the case. I mean, Alberta or the enterprise group that John Liston's a part of doesn't do this kind of attraction. So we do have Invest Alberta. They're more of the shotgun approach. But then that's for all of Alberta. Edmonton Global is just for the Edmonton region. My concern with this motion, and if it passes, it would be, I think it would be really detrimental to the city of St. Albert, even in that 2-year window that we have a chance to reverse the decision. It sends a signal to the region that we're okay to take the spin-offs, we're okay to take the benefit from the indirect, but we're not going to pay. So what does that do to our collaborative economic development strategy? So to Wes's comment about be ready, you know, the collaborative economic development is about developing, you know, parcels of land and having it ready to go. And then if a project that Edmonton Global brings to the region lands in Beaumont, we get direct benefit through assessment. And why in the world Beaumont would want to partner with us in a world where then we're not contributing to Edmonton Global? Like, it would crumble CED altogether, I think. So, you know, the 2-year window, I don't know if Lakeview Business District is going to be up and running in 2 years. So I don't think that's really a fair. I'm going to really try to convince those of you that are on the fence to not vote for this, because we are so interconnected in this region. St. Albert and Wes and I will say we've been proud to be leaders in that regional collaboration when it came to transit, when it came to CED. St. Albert's always at the very front of these relationships, and I would not want to signal to the region that we're not still all in all the time. In 2016, a report was written called Be Ready or Be Left Behind. Regional transit was one of the recommendations, and regional economic development, which is now Edmonton Global, was the other huge recommendation. There was a third one, I can't remember what it was. Planning or shared investment for shared benefit, that's what it was. We needed to leave behind the duplication with each individual economic development department going out globally and trying to attract. There's so many stories I could talk about how we were competing with another municipality right here in our region, and that has pretty much come to a conclusion now that Edmonton Global is here. And I know Councillor Hughes pointed out that there has been 0 that has landed in our lap so far. I want to remind all of council that in camera we had a presentation from our city manager about a very big opportunity that Edmonton Global bought directly to our doorsteps. If that one is realized, it will pay for every membership fee we've ever put into Edmonton Global for years to come. So don't forget that. Like, that was a direct benefit from Edmonton Global. So let's cross our fingers it works out. But as many of you have said, and Councillor Killick put very eloquently at the end there, this is a long-term game. The Heartland has been doing this for 20 years and they're very successful at it. And now it's time for us to be not just at the ground level, but all the way through with a commitment to the region and bringing in economic development to the area, which benefits all of us together. So, Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. And you know, I expect this motion to fail, so I'm not crying right now. But what I do want to know, what I want Edmonton Global to understand, is that it's not good enough to be part of the team, that we also want to see benefits come from the team. And so that is what the intention of this motion was to do. Whether it passes or it doesn't pass, is to raise the awareness that the focus has to not just be in Edmonton and in South Edmonton, but it has to be in St. Albert and North Edmonton as well. And that the results can't just be focused in one area and then say everybody else should be happy to pay. Because ultimately they have to be realizing that there's many players at the table and all of them are looking to have some return on their investment. I look at the fact that the ones who have had development come to their doorstep haven't shared all of their tax benefits with everyone else in the Edmonton Global who contributed. So there's going to be financial winners and losers here. And I want to make sure that it's understood that the value is not only being measured indirectly, but the value needs to be measured in multiple scores And that we are looking forward to making sure that this rate of return that we're putting forward, we're starting to see some materialization from it. So the motion is intended to say, come back and look at it back in a year. That is not an all or nothing. That is just to be putting him on notice that if things don't change dramatically in the next 2 years or past that, because you could always extend the deadline, that it will be reconsidered. But whether or not we're actually going to stay, because we have that 2-year decision before we actually can leave the organization. So I think that that's really what I want to make sure that Edmonton Global understands, is that this decision about whether or not to stay really needs to be an annual one, and not just on a generalized, we feel good about being part of a regional organization, but rather that you're investing money and we're getting money back from it in the form of development and not just from things that we cannot measure. Whether it happens annually or otherwise, like I'm not saying you have to have a major deal every year, but we should be starting to say that we can realize some of those benefits more regularly. And that we're not just going to start handing over hundreds of thousands of dollars or more as it raises each year without questioning the value that we're getting back from it. And I think by doing that, regardless of how this motion passes or fails, they understand that there are expectations and that we're looking forward to making sure that St. Albert is on their focus list to getting results. That's it. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Who are we waiting for? I can't hear you. Councilor Bermansky, did you put your vote in the chat?
I think she did the check mark thing, Mayor Herron.
I don't know what the check mark is.
Like the reactions, the check mark. Need to type it in.
Councilor Bermansky, put your vote in the chat, please. That'll help. We got it. All right. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councilor Bermansky and Councilor Hughes in favor. All right. Information requests, notice of motions and announcements. Councilor Killick, you had one notice of motion, did you not?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Oh boy, I got my helper beside me here. I'd like to provide a notice of motion for ACA review and funding recommendation. That I provided the motion to Ledge Services. The motion reads that both administration and the Community Services Advisory Committee review and provide feedback on the viability of the Active Communities Alberta Outdoor Recreation Facility proposal, letter and business case received November 29th, 2021, and provide recommendations for financial support by March 10th, 2022.
All right, thank you for that. It's in the record now. I also have one that I think you guys might like. This is in reference to whether we provide our council updates in written format or verbal format. So Cheryl, thank you for helping me with this one. So the motion is that the following portion of approved motions CM-19-027 be rescinded. And that reads that written council civic updates shall be provided in to legislative services on the Tuesday prior to the last meeting of the month in time to make the agenda packages deadline. So we'll hopefully get rid of the written. So we'll get agenda planning to schedule that one. Is there any other notices of motion that I need to know? Go ahead. Or IRs. Go ahead, Councilor Jelly. You have an IR?
Yeah, I've got 2 IRs. The first one is, are there any plans to add Granicus data to the open portal, or is it even possible to export voting records in a shareable format? And the second one is 2 parts. What would be the cost to rename the Grandin neighborhood, Grandin Eco Pond, Grandin Nature Park, Grandin Ravine, and Grandin Clubhouse? And where did the administrative recommendation to change the neighborhood name to Garden Grove come from? That was in an email from Adrian back in June.
All right, anyone else have any IRs or notices of motion? Seeing none, I'm moving on. In camera, so I need a motion to go in camera for the property tax relief portion. Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
That council go on camera to consider outstanding 2020 requests for property tax relief pursuant to Section 17 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. That motion passes unanimously. All right, so there's potential for a public motion coming out of this, plus 17.2 as well. So Ledge is going to stay here in chambers. We're going into the lounge. So we just need to get, and I did see council lounge as part of the Zoom call anyway. Pardon? Yeah. Wested, but Carrie's writing it all down. Okay, so we're in public. Do we have a motion? Can you put it on the screen? You don't have the motion yet? Okay, Diane, do you have it?
I just gave notification in the chat to Ledge of what to put up.
Okay. Ken, did you push your button to make the motion?
No, I was from the go in.
Okay. Your head going back and forth. Are we waiting for something?
Yep, my apologies. Sorry, we had this kind of ready, but it looks like it kind of got lost in the email today. So I just resent it to Renee.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I believe it's in the chat now.
So Diane, once this motion is made, is there a response going out to all the people that applied?
Yes, I believe that's the process, is that the outcome will be communicated with all of the applicants.
There we go. Okay, who wants to make this motion? Who wants to be Santa Claus? There you go, Councilor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the following properties are granted tax relief in the form of penalty cancellation. Roll 130018 for a total of $123.94.
123. Okay. All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Awesome. Okay, I need another motion to go back in camera for 17.2, whatever it is.
Madam Mayor, you can do for 17.2 and 17.3. They're both land matters. One motion can handle both of them.
Okay. Can somebody make that motion? Oh, Councilor Jolly, thanks. Sorry.
So, Mr. LaFleur, please correct me if I've got this wrong, but the council moving camera to discuss land matters pursuant to section 25(1)(c) of FOIP.
Correct. Perfect.
All right, so we can deal with both of them before we come back in public to make the public motions?
Yeah, just trying to make this a little more efficient.
Okay, that's awesome. All right, call for the vote. She'll fix it. Yep. Voting's closed, I hope. Okay, and that passes. All right, we're back in camera.
Mara, can you put us into a breakout room?
Hi, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bermansky. You should have the button to be able to go in to join the breakout room.
No.
You do not.
No. That's why we're staring at each other. Well, always looking at me longingly, but I'm just.
Okay, well, I can't see why you're not going in there.
Oh, if it says breakout room's at the bottom of the screen, Shelley?
Yeah.
Join a breakout room. Okay, so we have to click.
Oh, got it?
Okay,
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have them both? Okay. Let's do them one at a time. Okay, Mr. Scoble, is that the right motion? Yeah, that looks like it. So who wants to make this one? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
You're all ready to go?
Yep, it's on the screen.
That the Chief Administrative Officer is authorized to acquire on behalf of the City of St. Albert the lands legally described as Plan 752-1587, Block A, Lot 1, for a purchase price of $1.425 million, inclusive of appraised value, incidental transaction costs, and avoided costs of expropriation, with the source of funding being the previously approved capital budget for land acquisitions for the Fowler Way project.
All right, anything?
No, this, I mean, we've nothing really to add.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Okay, and we have one more.
It's up there.
Yeah, that looks like it. Who wants to make this motion? How about you? Oh, I was going to pick on you, Mike, but Natalie got you to it. Somebody make the motion. There you go. Go ahead.
That the CAO be authorized to execute an agreement for sale of the property municipally described as 40 Chevigny Street, St. Albert, Alberta, TAN 5A3, and legally described as Lot 12, Block 6, Plan 0224572, for a sale price not less than appraised market value and otherwise on terms and conditions satisfactory to the CAO.
Excellent. Anything further?
Nope.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Okay, I need, what's next on our agenda? I left it. All right, need a motion to go back in camera. How about you, Councillor Killick?
Mayor Herron, are you coming back out of camera again?
Nope, we're done after this.
Can
This
I
is our-
pass host to you then after?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
That council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to Section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, call for the vote. Vote is closed. That motion passes unanimously. All right.
Mayor Herron?
Have to come out of the breakout room before you give me that.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Do you think that the